Hey, yo, boys, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? I think you can hear me all good as well. How's it hanging? How's it hanging? Yo, Jamie, what's up, buddy? How are you, Squire? Guys, we're going to be playing some PGR today. Going to try and hop on a little bit of solo level and rise as well. And try and do our dailies on Wuthering Waves. And then later on, maybe play a little bit of Deadlock. Because obviously, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm fucking addicted. I'm addicted. Oh, just a little FYI as well. New videos up on the channel, guys. Check it out. It's much appreciated. Show it some love. Bit of watch time. Even if it's in the background. Drop a like. All that good stuff. Help you get pushed out. Thank you for the continued support on the videos as well. I do appreciate it. The video is pinned in the the video is pinned in both chats, should I say, YouTube and Twitch. You can check it out, guys. If you are watching on YouTube as well, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. It helps out a lot as well. See, as I say, we're going to get back on PGR, continue learning the game. I'm still trying to figure out everything, but we're getting there. We're getting there. There's a lot to take in. The game's been out for a few years now, so there's a lot of systems, a lot of things to get through. But we'll get there. We'll get there. It's a little bit harder to do when I'm streaming as well, I must admit. I struggle ingesting and like taking information on board. I'm a bit of a smooth brain, really. That's what it is. So we're going to do that again. Like I say, try and hop on a solo level of rise as well and continue on with that game, because I really like that game also. I really do like those two games, actually. They're both fun. That's why I say I like the variety in the space. When I was talking before, I don't need every game to be an open world game. You know, it's nice to have these games where you can come in, do a little bit of instance combat. You can get through the little sections of gameplay quickly. You know, there's some that take a little bit longer, but there's some you can just like kind of fly through. I like that. It's a switch up from the big open world stuff, and it's good. It's good. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. And as I say, I do want to try and get my my dailies on Wuthering Waves now, because I've got to get the podcast completed. We've got like 17 days, I think. Is it? I don't know how many. And I'm at 38. So we've got a ways to go. We've got a ways to go. That'll be, if I don't finish this podcast, it'll be the first podcast that I haven't finished on the game, and I can't have that happening. So we need to do that as well. And we'll squeeze some Deadlock in later as well, because like I say, the game is just fire, man. The game is just fire. I'm really enjoying it. I'm so glad that I got into that game. First MOBA that I found myself, like, you know, enjoying and actually being able to play and make a difference. We had some good games yesterday as well, some really good games actually, individually and as a team as well. Some real tight games, some games where we turned it round at the end. It's a lot of fun. As well, soon I do want to start playing Monster Hunter Worlds as well, and Rise, because I've got both of those games. I've played a few hours, I don't know how many hours of Monster Hunter Worlds actually. Let me just double check. Let me double check. And I enjoyed what I played of it, so I want to get back and I want to finish that game, or at least get through the story. Now there's a lot to the game. Do Rise as well before Worlds comes out. So we're gonna try and put some time aside for those games and do that on stream probably. Let's have a look. Monster Hunter Worlds, what? Just over 11 hours, nearly 12 hours. So not much, but plenty to do in the game. So yeah, I want to do those as well. We're going to do some Terra Fantasy this week as well at some point. That's the plan, to hop back on that as well. That's the plan anyway. That's the fucking plan, boys. That's the plan. So, well, hopefully, I say this though, I always make plans and very rarely do I stick to them. I'll start playing a game and I'm like, right, let's start stream for 3 or 4 hours today, 5 hours. Let's set an hour or 2 for each game, and then end up just playing the one game for like 4 hours. I get sucked off, get zoned off. I can't help it though. I've really been enjoying PGR though. Really been enjoying it. Like I say, I haven't even done any of the new event on Wuthering Waves because I've been playing PGR. Oh, man, it's just a mess, man. What is this? What is this little fucking pigtail? Need to get it cut. Fucking piggy tail hanging in the front of my head. Yeah, I'm good, Jamie. Well, I'm good. I'm not bad. I ain't been feeling very well the last couple of days, man. I've just felt, I don't know if I'm a little bit exhausted. You know what I mean? I think that's what it might be. I have been going to bed late though as well, really. So I'm like out of my typical routine. Obviously, because I've been taking Rosa to work at the minute. I've been like laying in a little bit longer. Didn't get out to bed till like 10 o'clock, which I know that's super late for me. That's like super late. And I've been stopping up late, which probably blame Deadlock. Yeah, for real. I was just about to say that it's probably Deadlock's fault, if I'm honest. I need to try and rein it in, man. So yeah, we maybe need to have a couple of days this week where we don't play the game so I can get a good night's sleep. I can't help it, man. I'm just like, it's one of those games. It's like it's just one more game, and because the games last like 30 minutes to 40 minutes sometimes. You know, that one more game turns into an hour, and then you're like, oh, I have one more game, then one more games, and you fucking wasted 2 hours, like, well, not wasted because I have a blast with it, but yeah. It's true, it probably is Deadlock's fault. Give me a second here, let's have a look. We'll check out a couple of videos, and then we'll get into it, man, we'll get into it. Play some video games. Should we watch a video from Saint Tontas as well? We'll watch that as well. Wayfinder's re-released now, hasn't it? As this like solo game now. It's gone from being the MMO to being more of a co-op game. I had such a big high hopes for that game. Hey, yo, Jamie, what's going on? I mean, Sutsu, what's going on, dude? What's going on? Yeah, I dozed off last night, left the stream on in the background. Yeah, I think I was on till like, what time did I stream till last night? I think I was on till half one. Last night.
Love or hate is endless.
It's been a while since a game's had me do that. I'm not gonna lie. It is fun though. It is fun. It's got that. I don't know what you know that. I don't know what the factor is, but it's got the factor, the X factor, let's say. But it's got that factor. Deadlock has, where there's quality to the game. It's polished. It's well designed. You know, all of that stuff. But it's got that like, ooh, just give me one more round. Just give me one more round. I'll play one more round. I'm knackered, but you know what? Let's go one more kind of thing. As I say, again, it's been a while since I've had that with a multiplayer game. Last time, probably in the last couple of years that I really had that was probably Valorant, where I would stay up super late playing Valorant, like 3 o'clock in the morning, like me and Kyle, where I'd be like, you know what, go on, let's just play one more game. And then like 3 hours later, we were still playing. So yeah, it's the first game since that, actually. Which is a good thing. It's a good thing. It's not for my sleep pattern at the minute. And it's definitely not for me feeling like shit because I'm knackered. I am knackered today. I think I've got the man flu though, boys. Or I'm come down with something, because like the last couple of days I just felt like crap. Yesterday I woke up, I had an headache pretty much all day. Like, one like a banging headache, it was just a dull one. Like, I feel better today, but I still don't feel like one. It's got under your skin, fair to say. Yeah, definitely. It's a really good game, but yet again, it's Valve. So, you know, I was expecting it to be a banger. I'm just really happy because I've been trying for years to get into MOBAs, because I look at them and I'm like, this seems like it's up my street. It's multiplayer. It's competitive. Its combat's kind of like an RPG, an action RPG in the way the combat works. And every time I've tried to get into one, I've just been like, I can't do it. I'm trash. And I get frustrated. But I feel like maybe like getting into Deadlock now has made me potentially be able to get into those games a little bit easier, because of some of the other systems. I'm starting to understand the other systems a little bit more, because the games allow me to get in easier, just because like I like shooter games. And I can actually hold my own, you know what I mean? What's a MOBA? It's not naive, dude. It's not naive. I can't talk today. It is a, what does it stand for now? Massive online battle arena, or multiplayer online battle, no, massive online battle arena, I think is what it stands for. It's, I don't know how to describe it. You've got lanes, and it's just like a PvP, but with PvE involved as well, in the regards to getting your characters level up. You use the PvE form to farm, to go back to base, to upgrade your characters, to then push through the enemy side where they'll have guardians, and you take on those guardians, which are basically like towers, and then you go through right to their end base and you have to destroy the end base. That's basically the typical MOBA. But it does it a little bit different, because it's obviously with the shooting elements, it changes it slightly, because they're all hero games. anyway. Every hero has their own set of abilities, and that you know, but it's usually typically more melee orientated. You'll have characters that'll have a bit of range to them, but like outside of a set range, you really can't do anything. Which there is a lot of damage drop off in this game, but you still do have the capability to fight like you typically would in a normal shooter in terms of having ranged engagements. And I think just being somebody who's really enjoyed shooters and hero shooters, mechanically and understanding that part of the game, I've got it. So it's allowed me to get in, hold my own, to then start to learn the other elements of the game and how to play the game better. You know, like of finding that balance between farming and obviously pushing your lane as well and taking on the other player you're playing against, and then going and supporting other lanes and trying to clear out the team potentially. Because obviously if you don't farm, you can't get your upgrades, and then as you get into the mid game and late game, if you are not upgraded in the right way, you're really going to struggle, because if they've farmed well, you might, that's the thing, it can really flip on its head, which I really like. So you can have a match where you're really pushing a team because you're winning your battles, you're winning your lane push, everybody pushes into their base, and then the game goes on for a little bit longer, but they're doing a good job of farming, so they're collecting the souls, they're going back to base, and they're upgrading the characters, and then come towards the mid to end game, they really start to punish you, because your team's kind of been concentrating on winning the PvP battles and maybe not potentially upgrading as they should, and it's really fun. It's really fun. I've really found a new appreciation for the genre. Again, though, as I said, the amount of times like I've looked at it, I'm like, I want to play this, and then I jump on the game and I'm like, man, this looks so cool, and the combat feels good, and then I just get bodied after, just like constantly, basically wrecked over and over and over again, to the point where I'm just like, I do not get this. And I paid for the early access to Smite. I played for about 45 minutes and refunded that shit straight away, because I was like, yeah, this ain't for me. I've been playing a bit of Predecessor as well, but I still can't get into that. But I'm hoping maybe I can go back and play a bit of Predecessor now. But I don't know if I want to, because this game's just better. It's just better. You know, there's no reason to go to the other ones, in my opinion, because it's just better, in my opinion, and it suits me as well, because the style of game it is. All right, then, let's get to it, shall we? Let's watch this video from Sticks. Short one. Zenless Zone Zero absolutely shattered expectations. I think it did, actually, to be fair, especially that opening month. What was it? $98 million, $99 million on mobile. Insane. That's not even counting other platforms. So a ridiculously successful opening month for the game. Smashed, I think, probably even Hoyo's expectations, if I'm honest. Let's see what Sticks has got to say about it, though.
Love or hate Zenless Zone Zero, there is absolutely no denying.
Do more people hate Zenless than love it? I think they probably do, don't they? And that's just from the fact that I think the people who like Zenless just like Zenless. It's good, it's okay. I'm like that. The game's fun. Is there people out there that absolutely love Zenless? Now, that's probably a naive thing to say, because there probably is plenty of people. But I feel like Zenless is one of those games where most people who play, it's just a good game. It's just fun. It's a good time to spend. But I think then there's people who genuinely have some vitriol towards the game, which I don't necessarily understand it either. Yeah, I think most people are kind of in the middle. I'm pulling that out my ass, so just ignore me, but yeah, let's carry on.
This game is one of the most talked about, most hyped, most popular gacha games around the world right now. And while its revenue might have dipped for the month of August, this right here, the release of Jane Doe, is evidence that the game is going to shoot right back up. Maybe not necessarily back up to like 100 million.
Yeah, I feel like the Jane Doe banner's going to be good, because like the yams, the yamification, you know, the cake, the jiggle, you know, the wobble, the wiggle, it's insane, it's ridiculous, and it's going to get people opening their wallets, that's for sure.
$1 million during its launch month, sure, but during the release of Jane Doe, on the first day of her release, Zenless Zone Zero reached the top #1 spot in the Japanese iOS sales, absolutely shattering player expectations, or even hater expectations. Join me every Friday.
I think it's probably safe to say then, if it smashed the Japanese one, it's gonna be up there on the Chinese rankings as well, I would imagine.
ESD over on Twitch at Sticks and Mrs. Sticks. For people that thought the game was dead, for people that thought the Jane Doe banner wasn't gonna do very good, that Zenless wasn't gonna be able to retain rankings, retain revenue, they were proven wrong.
See, again, I just never thought that, because for me, Zenless is kind of like how PGR and Solo Leveling Arise are. They're perfect as, maybe for a main game, but they're just great in the sense that with the There's small slices of instance combat, the content that can be quite easily completed. It's easily digestible. It just works to be able to hop on, smash some stuff out, hop off, and it's got fun combat. Both of the games have, well, all three of the games have, and I think that's one of its strengths. So I never really had this idea that it wasn't gonna pull these sort of numbers, because I think when you've got games like Genshin and Star Rail and Wuthering Waves as potentially your main games, probably, then you want something that's not so vast and big. You want something that you can hop into that's a little bit more bite-sized. It's got plenty of content, but allows you to just bang through a couple of things quite quickly and then get back to whatever else you were doing. You know what I mean? And I feel like Zenless fits that spot perfectly. I really do.
Right here, right now, Jane Doe has done phenomenally for the game, and I hate to compare games here, but when Genshin, when WuWa, when Honkai Star Rail, when Nikke released some of their most anticipated characters and saw mass spikes in revenue, directly after that, they saw even larger dips. I expect to see Zenless probably break records here with numbers that probably they never saw or never expected to see. But then I also expect...
Yeah, I do. I think this game is probably far more successful than even Huyo thought. I do. I genuinely do.
To see numbers dip lower than they expected, especially given players are going to be very preoccupied with Honkai Star Rail and Genshin. I genuinely wonder how long Zenless can maintain this ranking for. It was #1 the day of release. I don't know how fast it dropped.
I think it's going to stay in their top 10, and regularly be in the top 5. Of course, we'll see these switches when new games drop and there's new patches for games. Of course, you'll see this rotation in the leaderboards as new game comes out, shoots up the rankings. Massive new update for a particular game that shoots up the rankings. That's going to be a thing we're going to see. So the potential for it to drop out the top 10 here and there, it's going to happen. But I think it's going to consistently stay in the top section of the rankings, in my opinion. I'll be surprised if it doesn't. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that the game's going to continue to be successful.
I know that it boosted up 67 positions, which means it was at position number 68 prior to the release of Jane Doe.
Wow, it dropped down that low in Japan. Then again, though, there's so many things launching in Japan, though, isn't there? Like, you know what I mean? And as well, this is going on the app rankings as well, so you're not really taking this in terms of numbers regarding revenue in the gacha space. Look, YouTube's here, you know what I mean? So of course it's gonna yeah, that's not a big deal really, when you think about it, because there's gonna be massive apps that are just global apps that are used for whatever outside of gaming, aren't they?
Being beaten by Uma Musume like every single day, Last War Survival, Dragon Ball Z, I think that's Dokkan Battle, I'm not entirely sure. It looks like Hoyo is going to have a very big month on their hands. Jane Doe's entirety plus second banner before the end of the month. Fei Xiao with Kafka, Swan, Robin. Milani, rest of the banner plus Kinnick, which is going to do...
Big month for Hoyo then. Big month for Hoyo.
Absolutely phenomenal. Like, all of these games are good. Hoyo is going to have a crazy month. I don't think player... Oh, actually, you know what? What I want to see, and I think I might be a bit of a jerk for thinking this, but I want to see what happens if characters, anticipated characters or banners for each game don't do as well as Hoyo expected, or we expect, because there are so many different games holding so many fantastic characters that players...
Yeah, I was saying this before. I think the dilution in the gacha space is going to be a thing that starts to become evident now, especially once things like Azure Premilia drops, Project Mugen, Nevernice to Evernice, Arknight's Enfield, and a bunch of other games that are coming. There's only so much money that people have got to spend on an individual game, and with more and more of them coming, it's going to start to be spread out, isn't it? Especially as we see more and more high quality games on the horizon as well, not just like, small little mobile games that might be fun, but like, they've got a niche within a niche. When we start to see these more big titles coming, there's only going to be so much money to go around at the end of the day. So, I think it was smart, Hoyo getting Zenless out when they did, and this idea that they're working on another bunch of games as well. At the end of the day, if the money's going to be diluted, hey, try and get your company spread across the market as much as possible in all these different genres to potentially soak up that spread, you know what I mean? So it all ends up coming back to you anyway.
Which game they want to spend in. That is what I want to see. I want to see which game has the more active, higher spending player base. Because if
I think
three
it's
games have 3 different banners running, each
okay.
game costs hundreds of dollars to obtain the character you want, a lot of players are going to have...
I'm going to say, I reckon probably Star Rail, yeah? Do you reckon? But then again, though, Zenless is new, so the potential of the honeymoon period's still there. But I think maybe Star Rail, because Star Rail kind of is the premium Huyo game now, isn't it? It's like it's the main guy, really. Genshin was for a long time, and I know Genshin's just had a new update, but I think Star Rail's the main man, so to speak.
To decide which out of the 3 games are willing to spend in. Hey, you, where do you think you're going? Don't you...
All right, cool. Yeah, yeah, man, it's going to be a massive month for Huyo. I am going to be intrigued to see the gacha revenue after this, actually, to see how well they've done. You know, and hopefully they can take some of that cash and really apply it to some of these new games that have been rumored about. And I'm curious as well to see. I think Huyo are going to start stretching and reaching out of the gacha space. I think we're going to start to see some traditional games, you know, free games with microtransactions that don't necessarily rely on the gacha system. Or maybe even, I don't think they'll go down the premium route, because I think the free-to-play route, they've cornered that market and they understand their audience, and I don't think they're going to want to try and alienate them by going premium box price. But I'm curious to see if they like stretch out into the just typical online live service, battle pass, microtransactions, and no gacha system. Will be interesting to see that. But yeah, great video from Sticks. It's on his Sticks Clips channel. Check it out. What do they mean by banner? So basically, you have new characters come, and then the new character it's a character banner. Basically, it goes into the shop at the game where they use your in-game currency then to wish on the character to try and pull that character. And typically in most games, you have a 50-50 chance of winning the character. So you have a pity system, which is usually anywhere between like 80 to 100. So when you get to 80 to 100, you're guaranteed to get a 5-star, basically. Whether you win the character, it's a 50-50. You might get it earlier. Sometimes you might get it in one pull. You have a soft pity as well, where the percentage of the likelihood you getting the character goes up as well. So it's basically just a gambling. It is gambling, but it's like when a new character drops. Typically, there is standard banners as well. There are more like permanent banners that have a roster of the standard characters on that you can pull for all the time, just to keep bolstering your roster or getting copies of your characters to make them stronger, basically. What's going on, Gray? What's going on, Chase? Welcome to the stream, guys. Hopefully you're doing well. Hello. Sorry I didn't say hi. I was just checking that video out. Have I played Naraka? You play Naraka? I know I've played Naraka Blade Point, but I haven't played Naraka. I've played the Battle Royale Naraka Blade Point, though. So yeah, see this character here, Chang Li. She was a banner. So she got added to the game, and then you use your in-game currency to wish on her. And then say you lost your 50-50 to her, you'd have got one of the other 5-star characters that was in the banner. And then once you've lost your 50-50, though, at least in Wuthering Waves, that's it then. You're guaranteed on the next set of pulls, if you pull on that banner, you will get the character in that banner, like the main character in the banner. Then if you decide, right, I don't want to go for Chang Li now, I'm going to go for the next character, you're guaranteed to get the next character, if that makes sense. I'm not the best at explaining stuff, but that's kind of the deal. Little pressure valve when you need. Yeah, definitely. Those sort of games are like, you know, I think they're perfect for that. Not every game has to be this massive thing. That's where I feel like Wuthering Waves should try and get themselves set up in being that game. You know, being the game that's more of a time sink that like keeps you playing, keeps you wanting to stay on the game, and not necessarily a game that you just hop in to get mats to get stuff for a banner. Because other games do that better because they're designed in a way that works better. The systems that, you know, it's a smaller vertical slice of a game where you hop in, you get your stuff, you hop out, where Wuthering Waves isn't. It's a full-on game, you know, with a gacha system attached to it. So I think they should go down that route, in my opinion. Hey, Neil, what's going on, bro? Share to you, Chase, as well. Share to you, Graham Field. Apologies for not saying hi, but welcome to the stream, guys. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully you're doing all right, guys. Dun, dun, dun. You just got all your dailies done. I mean, the opinion that Sony need to make sure to single player games. Yeah, it seems like that's like, I think we need more games like Astrobot as well. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's that time of gaming, like, where, because like nowadays, single player games, really, when we do get them outside of like the indie space, they're, you know, like your Spider-Mans, like your Hellblade, like, you know, these big epic, and even if they're like shorter, you know, the story might only be 10 to 12 hours long, but they're like this big costly thing that takes a decade of development. When you got things like Astrobot, like I miss the old school adventure platform games. We don't get enough of those anymore. You know what I mean? Like your Spyros and your Banjo and Kazooies and things like Fur Fighters and like, you know, Donkey Kong, and we just, I don't know, they're not as successful nowadays, but I think Astrobot's proved that if you make a really good one with innovation and cool mechanics and just a cool premise and characters about it, it'll sell. Because like I do miss those times, because I'm following a game on Twitter. Actually, I forgot what it's called now. It's going to go into early access on Steam. I think it's a bloke and his wife who worked in the game industry, and they basically quit because they wanted to work on something that was more of a passion project. And they've been developing this game that kind of like is a hark back. That's what it is. They say it's like a swan song, a love letter to PlayStation 2 games and that era of like where we had like a lot of this just fantasy adventure games where it wasn't like anything, like it wasn't super deep or super serious, or like, oh, we've got to make like the story insanely evocative. It's just a good game that's just fun to play, and it looks really cool actually. You pulled for Zhang Li's weapon just a couple of times. I've been contemplating. I don't know what to do. You know, I don't know what to do. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. All right, let's check this video out as well, shall we? I must have opened this and let it play or something. Oh, it looks at me. Alrighty. Share to everybody in chat, guys. Appreciate you watching. If you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the video. Oh, little plug. It's pinned at the top of the comment section as well, guys. It is pinned at the top of the comment section, but you know, just a little FYI. I put a video up 2 hours ago. Check it out. Show it some love. People are already going over there, so share it to everybody who's been watching it, man. Appreciate you. It's 150 views already, man. That's kind of decent, actually. Let's go. Oh, nearly 200 now. Fire. All right. Enough of pimping my own shit out. All right, let's get into this then. Get the volume sorted. Another video from Sticks. You know, we love to watch some Sticks content. They absolutely hate Wuthering Waves. Do they? Well, they do. There is a lot of people that seem to hate on it for some weird reason. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's check it out. See what he's got to say.
The more success you garner, the more haters you accumulate. This has never been more apparent than recently with the release of Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves. I've done my fair share of positive.
See, like, I don't think necessarily the hate with Wuthering Waves comes from the success, because I think quality isn't success, and I think the game's been a success, but I think if you're looking, if we got to do it, if you compare it to other numbers, it's not the same level, but success is relative at the end of the day. I think it's more of a threat in regards to some people with their sunk cost bias and just their time bias and just being attached to a corporation as well. I see it as like this new kid on the block that actually seems like it can threaten the thing they like, so they go on the attack, which at the end of the day is just kind of weird, because if you're a gamer, you should just want more good games to play, and even if you don't play them, does it even matter? It doesn't. Your game's not really going to be in trouble, especially if you're in the Huyo-verse anyway. Right, yeah, let's get into it.
Positive videos on both games, and have been overrun with probably thousands of negative comments attacking both games respectively. And I thought, you know what, today I'm gonna take a moment.
Bro, I'm so hyped for Neverness to Everness. I cannot wait for this game, man. I'm really looking forward to this game. I hope it slaps. I hope Hodder come out and actually kill it with this game.
But here to read through a few. Today specifically, we're going to take a look at Wuthering Waves. A few days from now, we're going to take a look at Zenless Zone Zero, see the mentality behind these haters, and see if there is any validity to their claims. Now, if this is your first time here, consider subscribing to the channel, hitting the little bell notification, that way you remain up to date with every single thing that I post, and I post daily. Do not miss out. Let's go ahead and start this off with a Discord message, or several Discord messages that were left in succession from Destiny Lux L Next World is Mechas. I mean, if you look at the numbers, Tower of Fantasy actually did ludicrously well. It did. The dev team was tiny at the start, but it pulled in hundreds of millions. It did. Then you have stuff like WuWa, where they have an insane staff size. They really didn't have an insane staff size.
I was going to say, do they? I don't know, because this is what I was talking about before in relation to revenue in the gacha spaces. Sometimes people get hooked upon numbers, which you shouldn't anyway, because at the end of the day, as long as the game's good and it's going to continue to survive, that's all that matters to you, and get good content, that's all that matters. But it's all relative, isn't it? A company might make 50 million a month, but their overheads might be so large, which I don't think this is probably true for most companies, because you'd have to have insane overheads. But let's just say your overheads are 40 million a month, you're making 10 million profit. Awesome, still great. But let's say you're making 20 million, but your overheads are 2 million. You're making 18 million profit, you know. So at the end of the day, it's all relative. I've always wondered this with Kuro, you know, because I'm curious. These numbers that are lower still might be exceptionally, you know, better profit or better return on investment for them because their overheads are smaller. But I actually don't know about the staff size actually, but Styx is saying it's not. But I'll be curious to see how many people are actually working on Wuthering Waves. Might have to look that up later.
So the revenue is kind of a potential later issue in that if it slips, even a little quality will take a nosedive. I highly doubt that's the case. Tower of Fantasy started small and expanded after doing very well by contrast, and then now has lost like 99% of its player base and its revenue as well, and are still maintaining and operating with dozens of employees, potentially hundreds. Part of why I'm so annoyed Wuthering Waves isn't being unique and glommed a lot of stuff from Tower of Fantasy recently. Yeah.
See, that attitude's weird to me. Of you've got a game that you like, and a new game comes out, and it takes inspiration from your game. Well, your game. It's not your game. The game you enjoy. I never understand that. Because what are you saying? Is this game taking things from the game that you like and it's better, or is it worse? If it's worse, why do you care? If it's better, why do you care again? You've got another game that's potentially better than the game you're playing now. As a gamer, I don't understand that. Like, it's weird when gamers are like, oh, there's a new game out, everybody, it's taking stuff from my game when it might be better. Well, good. Go play it then, man. You'll probably have fun. When you're bored of the game that you're playing, you might be able to go and have fun on another game, and then, you know, you can spread your time across multiple titles rather than being tied to one particular game, married to the company, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's just so weird.
100%. 100%. Wuthering Waves is stealing content, features, mechanics.
It's that parasocial relationship with a corporation that I could just never understand.
From Tower of Fantasy. Oh man, if you have those kinds of resources, you can afford to.
Hey, I will say though, I don't think that's necessarily a laughing matter as if there's stuff in Tower of Fantasy that's not worth taking from. I think there's plenty of systems in Tower of Fantasy in regards to gameplay modes and events and stuff that are well worth pillaging in my eyes, because I think there's some really cool stuff in Tower of Fantasy, in my opinion. You know, end of the day, we know Styx he's not a fan of the Tower of Fantasy game. I think he once was, but yeah, I think there's plenty of things in Tower of Fantasy that are worth taking and putting into Wuthering Waves, in my opinion.
Not get lazy or greedy. Yeah, I mean, this is just like Tower of Fantasy copium to the highest degree. Tower of Fantasy players are upset that Wuthering Waves is much better received, a much better game, and doing much better overall. So they're like, dude, yeah, there's a reason for that. It's because you're taken from our game. Yeah, it reminds me of the time Tower of Fantasy players were saying that WuWa stole wall running from Tower of Fantasy. Oh, this is good. WuWa is dead as expected. Millions of players, $13 million. Yeah, definitely expected. Here's a bit of a longer one. WuWa already dead. Then we have a reply saying, you mean ZZZ? And then someone else replying with, no, WuWa. Then someone else replying, definitely WuWa. Someone else saying has 70 million drop, but keep coping. The previous guy replied saying still higher than WuWa because now we're attacking Zenless. Genshin is dead, AFK Journey is the meta, cope harder. And since release, Wuthering Waves had its revenue drop by 80%.
I love these sort of comment threads, I do. I love it, like, you know, I know I joke around and I'm like, I don't understand people, but I can absolutely enjoy the cinema of watching people argue over which company's better, which company's making more money, which boardroom's getting better paid, all the while not getting anything back in return for their game or their time in glazing a corporation. Like, it's hilarious, man. I absolutely love it, and I hope people continue to do this because it's fucking cinema.
Yeah, that argument can go both ways, my guy. This argument is one of the most childish arguments I've ever seen. Your game's dead. No yours. No yours. No yours. No yours. Well, you lost a lot of money. So did you. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm just watching Never This to Everness in the background and just being like, man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
Me the source for the 80% player count drop.
Hey, what's on, Guru?
Well, they can't. Cry, HoYoBot. I feel like the majority of arguments seem to happen between Kudo and Hoyo players. On Zenless videos, you have WuWa players lashing out. On WuWa videos, you have Zenless or Hoyo players lashing out. It is the most bizarre thing you will ever see. Even though Zenless and Wuthering Waves are very good games, so is Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, and Punishing Grey Raven. They're all very good games. WuWa is dead, sadly. Along with Genshin and Zenless Zone Zero, the only one that survives is Star Rail. You'll have to repeat that for many years each month.
Star Rail is an absolute behemoth, though. It is an absolute behemoth, but like, who cares?
Before we go any further, let me take a moment here to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I can't thank you all enough for the support. Now let's keep talking. Zenless Zone Zero dead, LOL. WuWa is dead, LOL. WuWa living rent-free in Hoyo.
Are we going down this entire fucking comment section, Sticks? Are we just going to be losing brain cells here? These are not even entertaining arguments. It's great when people genuinely try and lay out, like, subjective opinions about a video game and try and lay it out in an objective manner as if it's fact, you know? Like, I love that when I've had people do that on my comment sections. Like, they'll argue about, like, the combat systems in Genshin compared to Wuthering Waves, and they'll try and lay it out as if it's an objective fact. This is just how it is, and it's just like, that's the sort of content I love, because it's just like funny watching people do mental gymnastics to back up their confirmation bias, basically.
Kids' heads. ZZZ living rent-free in Kudo Shield's heads. Says the Hoyo dog mentioning WuWa. Keep crying your dead game. 13 million and dropping, LOL. 30 million and dropping, LOL. These are different people, but the same argument. Your game's dead. No, yours is dead. No, yours is dead. No, yours is dead. You lost. You're down to only 13 million, where you're down to 30. You dropped from 100 million down to 30. Will you drop?
It's that fact, isn't it, when people say that, you as well, as if you. I know not necessarily they're saying this, but like I see people saying that, like, you, my game. It's like, are you getting paid? What's your shareholder stake? Are you on the board? Oh, cool, man. It's cool to see how much money you're making.
From 30 million down to 13. Like, no hate to these guys, but seriously?
Nah, man. Well, no hate, because it's funny, but they definitely deserve to be roasted, that's for sure, man. Put them on a spit.
It's genuinely funny. It almost brings a tear to my eyes. Neither of the two games are dead. Oh my god, guys. Cry more. Here's another Discord message from our favorite Wuthering Waves hater, Destiny Luck's Next World is Mechas, who
holy shit, this was the same person who just posted, so this person's mad about Wuthering Waves, yeah? Now, what did Wuthering Waves do to you? Did you play it and you were like, oh, yo, this is kind of fire? Oh, fuck this, you know? I'm too attached, man. I've spent so much money on this game now. That's it. I've got to go on a hating spree. I've got to fucking go on a hating spree. Like, it's kind of weird when you see this, because you see some people who are repeating, like, repetitively putting comments in Discords on Reddit, and you're like, dude, what is wrong with you, man? Just go play the game you enjoy. Stop coming here to post about the other game that you somehow think's trash.
Posted a link to a Reddit thread. The Reddit thread is merely a small joke, a little bit of a meme. Yeah, it's a little bit cringy. And the Reddit thread, they go on to state that Kudo really cares
the original
about
one.
their players and prioritize their players over revenue, which is great. He goes on to state that this is cringy meme stuff and that it worries him, a community appreciating the efforts of the
Yeah, it is that, isn't it? Like, of course, at the end of the day, as somebody who cares about the game, I want the company to make enough profit to continue putting back into the game, because obviously I want the game to continue. So I've got this vested interest in them making enough money. But why would you care? Why would you think it's a problem that a community appreciates the passion from the developers? Because I don't think there's any denying it. The Kuro have got passion for the project they're working on. You know what I mean? We could argue that if they were in Hoyo's place, would they have the same attitude? But we don't know that, because that's just hypothetical. But the position they're in right now, they clearly show that they care about the product and want to make a good product for the community. I don't understand how if you're not a fan of Wuthering Waves, how you can be like, look at these guys over here. You know, what the fuck? Like, how is that a bad thing at all? Obviously, the memes about it are a little bit cringe, but the idea behind it, the thought process behind it, it's a good thing in this day and age as well, to have developers who care about the thing they're putting out. You know, that kind of harks back to the 90s when developers were passion projects of young dudes who were just making video games in the basement, you know what I mean, in the garage, and they just wanted to make this really cool idea, thinking that it was not going to make them rich, but hopefully it could be a job for them for their life. You know, and it could just be a 9 to 5, but they were putting out these really cool things. And that's how we got some of the most amazing IPs over the years that generated freaking massive franchises. And we've lost a lot of that within the gaming industry because it's become so big. And that's, of course, a normal thing. But it's good to see good actors in the space, because let's not pretend there's plenty of bad actors in the gaming space. And I think we should appreciate and should give a little bit of glazing to the companies that are the good actors as well.
Developers, and the developers rewarding them with currency, free characters, and a better game overall. This is concerning to this guy. He further goes on to state that it reminds him of the Blue Protocol fan base, which I honestly never really saw any issue with, and I don't know what he's referring to. Even more meme spam, etc. when stuff comes up. I just hope they don't start lashing out at Tower of Fantasy, etc. more in response, because you know content creators like this guy right here, Sticks, apparently, yes, I was name dropped for this one, will work people into a frenzy. I do not understand where this is coming from. I've done dozens of Zenless and WuWa videos. I've never asked anyone
I don't understand why that would make the Wuthering Waves community go after Tower of Fantasy, you know? I think, if anything, there's parts of the Wuthering Waves community that could be weird as well, but they tend to go after the Hoyo community, if anything. You know, whenever I see somebody kind of being a bit of a Kuro shill, if you will, they're in, Genshin chats, Genshin videos, Star Rail videos, Zenless videos. They're not really going over to Tower of Fantasy and solo leveling Arise and stuff, because I think a lot of the people who particularly kind of just play Genshin, Wuthering Waves, and Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero really don't play the other game so much. That's not everybody, of course. I'm tarring everybody with the same brush there, but I think the majority of those people kind of stick to the mainline games. And then there's obviously the subsection of the community that'll try a bit of everything. I'm kind of that subsection of the community because I'm just a gamer at the end of the day. I'll play anything I will. If it looks fun, I'll play it. So I think that's probably not going to happen, dude. I don't think people are going to be coming over from that community to hate on Tower of Fantasy. It's just why would they? What's Tower of Fantasy doing, or the community doing, that's going to draw the ire of any community, really? And I'm not hating on Tower of Fantasy at all in that regard. I really like the game. I've only just started playing. I like it, but I just don't think there's anything going on within the community that's attracting eyes of other communities. Do you know what I mean? I think there's just this war that goes on between Kuro shills and Hoyo shills, and it's just funny to watch, really.
To attack Tower of Fantasy, I've never asked anyone. What is the mentality behind this? I'm already seeing way too much misinformation spammed about it from Wuthering Waves fans.
What, from about Tower of Fantasy?
Apparently, not only am I
think sometimes these people get one guide, you know? They get one guide. Probably watch Sticks kind of like roast Terror Fantasy whenever he gets the opportunity, because he does, and I find it funny. I think it's kind of funny. Like Sticks being quite negative towards Terror Fantasy was one of the main things. It was like, I've got to try this game out, man. I need to see what the issue is, and I like the game. I don't get what a lot of the hate that Terror Fantasy gets, because I think it's a cool game, but I think he's just getting one guy. That person is in that Discord. You know, they've watched the Sticks video, say something negative about Terror Fantasy, and I'm like, that fucking whole community's after us. It's probably, I think you're imagining things, dude. They're not in the room with you now, are they? Are they in the room with you now?
Working all of you watching into a frenzy to attack Tower of Fantasy, but you guys as well are responsible for far too much misinformation being spammed about it. You guys in specific, the Wuthering Waves fans. Yeah, and apparently you guys are lashing out at Tower of Fantasy. As he stated, he doesn't want you guys lashing out more. Yeah. Shame on you guys. Here's a comment left over on Reddit. I can finally end the WuWa rent-freeing in my head. It's finally dead. Place the candles, unpack the chips and colas. We're paying respects. Not yet, but they are wasting no time working on that goal. Here's another comment on Reddit. WuWa EOS is no longer a joke. The snowbreak route incoming. I feel like WuWa has been nothing but pandering with female characters. Only thing left is fan service skins. Wait. Only thing.
I gotta disagree with that. I don't think they've been pandering. Well, there's been a lot of female characters, but let's not pretend that majority of the games are like skewed heavily to female characters. But I think in regards to a lot of the games in the space, they're quite conservative characters, really. We've got some big titties and we've got some curvy girls, but most of the characters are not really showing much. You know what I mean? They're usually quite covered up. You know, like the Genshin characters, kind of like the Star Rail characters. Zenly's characters, I feel, are probably a little bit more risque, if you will, even though they're not, compared to things like Snowbreak. Like, that fan service is insane. Yeah, this is totally disingenuous. The only thing left is fan service skins. Hey, listen, I don't care if the game's doing bad or good. I'll take some fan service skins at the end of the day. Give me the option of the character, how it should look. Give me another option as well. I'll freaking take it.
Wait, pandering with female characters.
I am thirsty though.
We
I am
Yinlin,
thirsty,
but
so
that
you
was
know.
directly after Jian, who's male character. Then we got Jinsa, Zhongli, Zhezha, and then we're getting Shangliao. That's 2 characters for the 4 female characters. Then yeah, we're getting short.
And one thing as well, I don't know, a lot of other games have male characters like that. The male characters in Wuthering Waves as well are Giga Chads, man. You know, I think they're pretty Giga Chads. Like, compared to something like Genshin, where there's a lot of freaking twinks in the game, and there's a lot of like cool male characters in the game. Like Jian was one of my most like desirable pulls when the game first started. Like, I was like, I am getting this dude. And Kalchar, I was like, I have to get both of these guys.
Keeper and Yoha. Then we'll probably get 2 more and then another male.
Scar
I feel like
as
that's
well.
Plenty of male characters. Does Honkai's Star Rail, does Genshin Impact, does Zenless Zone Zero release a lot of male character? I feel like they release plenty of females too. They're on the way on that route with hyper aggressive releasing of obviously waifu type character. Yes, I will agree with it. I do agree with that comment right there.
In every game
is obviously
a remove Zhang Liao from the conversation. Every gacha game is creating waifu type characters to pretend otherwise, unless it's like one of the lolly characters. They're waifu characters, aren't they? You know what I mean? 99.9% of the characters in this space are designed to look a certain way for a certain demographic. To pretend otherwise, I think you're pretending the game you're playing's not what it actually is. You know what I mean? And I think that's some serious copium on the genre in general.
Waifu type character. Oh boy. Reading through these comments actually genuinely gives me brain rot. It is bizarre, the ridiculous mentality so many of these people have. They just lash out in whatever way they can. Typically, your game is dead. I'm so original. And then you have, of course, the Tower of Fantasy players that just lash out because...
Bro, like, I'm obviously I'm listening to what he's saying, but I'm just looking at the gameplay in the background and I'm just like, I can't wait this, man. cannot wait for this game. I know tangent again, and I know I'm glazing this game, but like I hope that Horror have learned from some of the things that went wrong in the game, you know, because things did go wrong with Tower of Fantasy, because obviously where it is at the minute, it's still going. I get that, but like, you know, mistakes were made. You know, you can go down the things of like a rough launch. People can argue with the story, all that sort of stuff. Fairs. The game is a little bit jank from time to time. It doesn't feel as polished as something like WuWa or Genshin or Star Rail or Zenless. But I think it's a great game. You know, there was a talk of like people saying, because obviously I'm new to the game, so I haven't really experienced it yet. Quite severe power creep at points, which is never a good thing. But I just hope that they've learned from all of those problems and they apply solutions into Neverness to Everness. Because like, this is my most hyped gacha game coming now. It actually is. I think prior to that, it was Project Mugen and Azure Premilia. But this is like took pole position just because of the setting. Because like Azure Premilia looks awesome, insane. But again, it's another fantasy open world game, which I haven't got a problem with. I'm here for it. But we've got Wuthering Waves, we've got Genshin. So obviously, the more and more that come out, the excitement dwindles a little bit because you're going to be doing kind of the same thing. And I know overall we're going to be doing kind of the same thing, but I love the same, man. The urban setting, I'm here for it.
Their game is dead and they need an outlet, something that they can attack. Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, they're too successful for them to, and have too rabid a fan base, I guess. Man, I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing what people are saying about Zenless next. Hey you, where do you think you're going? Don't you?
Yeah, man, brain rot's real in it. You know, we are in the generation of brain rot. What do we expect? It's nothing surprising. It's funny. I just like to I try to put myself in the position of these people sometimes to understand the mentality. I can't. I fail to do so. And I am a smooth brain myself. So yeah, man, these people are legit brain rot individuals. Well, there you go. What's going on, Polo? Welcome to the stream. Scar the goat, man. Scar is a goat. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to Scar. I am looking forward to Scar. The dude looks dope. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, I think in that regard, I think Wuthering Waves are coming with male characters that look, you know, we had Jian, we've had Calcharo. Now, you know, we could talk about the issues with Calcharo all day long, but just specifically from a design point of view, fire. Jian, fire. You know, I think Alto looks pretty cool, even though I'm not really bothered about using him. I think he looks pretty cool as well. You know, Scar, sick. I think as well, Zhang Li Yao, say Brax called him a twink. I don't think he is. I suppose maybe the hair, isn't he? Like, Zhang Li Yao, when I first saw the drip feed, like, you know, releases of the images and all that sort of stuff, I was just like, people were saying he looked really bland, and I was like, I guess. I like his design. I like the outfit, and I was just thinking he needs a bit more colour to him, but then when he came into the game, I was just like, okay, I get it now. All right, I'm converted in that regards, because he looks pretty cool. He looks 100 times better in-game than he did in the artwork that we initially got. So, yeah. Man, look at that backyard, though. Those getaway sticks are nice. Getaway sticks, you know, I've never heard that one. I like that one. I like that one. Two-sex chat. You gotta get back on Wuthering Waves, man. Oh yeah, the PlayStation technical presentation by Mark Cerny's going live in a bit, isn't he? I think we're gonna get the announcement to the PS5 Pro, are we? Is he gonna be one of those typical Mark Cerny things where it's just like in breaking down stuff that just is like far above the pay grade of the average individual? Just like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Is he gonna play games good? That's the question. You know? I need to get a Space Marine as well. Maybe for the garage to come pick up the car and then see how much it's going to cost me in total. And then I can, you know, can decide whether it's justifiable to spend money on a video game when I've got bills, adult bills to pay, you know? Yeah, 4 p.m. is he? We might have a look at that just to see what the crack is like, you know what I mean? Wings of Redemption begs for money on the streets of Black Ops 6.
One of the greatest benefits of any
Get chat back up. I've lost chat. I've lost you. Yes, he did. He did. I'm going to check that out now, actually. People crying about Kuro Games banning WuWa League because it's great. Yeah, do you know what? I was just looking. I was going to watch the video talking about some leaks, actually. Yeah, man, I agree. I agree. Like, don't get me wrong. I react to videos about people talking about upcoming stuff, leaks and stuff. But I don't know what they're necessarily, you know, specifically talking about. Are they just talking about, like, actual gameplay? I'll be interested to see where they go with that. Because I do like to talk about stuff that's out in the wild. If it's out in the wild, I'll talk about it, but you'll never catch me leaking something that, like, I've had access to, never. Just my way of doing things. So I'll see. I'll never show a gameplay as well. When I say I'll never do, I did show a bit of but that was from CBT1 back in the day, so that's not really, like, leaks, really. That's, like, old stuff, that was. It was showing off stuff that was potentially the Black Shores, so that ain't really a leak, because that's like, what, a year ago, was it, or something? However long it was. Leaks ruin the fun of upcoming characters. I don't think they ruin the fun of upcoming characters for me. I think what they do is they affect the company in a negative way that I don't think's good for us as a player base in general, because I think they can affect the way banners are dealt with, and I think, like, you know, if you know there's a really, really good banner coming, you're just not going to be pulling, and it's going to affect the way you play. So I suppose potentially it could change the way you play the game, but I definitely think it affects the bottom line in the company. And at the end of the day, I'm not one of these people that's like, I need to see Kuro at the top of the leaderboard. I need to see this game at the top of the leaderboard, because that's just stupid. But I want to see them make enough money to continue investing in the game. So I definitely don't want the bottom line being hurt, because I really like Wuthering Waves, and I want to see the game succeed as well. So, but welcome to the stream, Guardian. So yeah, man, more power to them. You know, at the end of the day, if they want to go straight to the source, they should do that, for sure. Yeah, it is, Guardian. And the thing that fascinates me as well, a lot of the time, the people who get really into the arguments about my game's doing better than your game are free-to-play players. It's like, why are you so invested, bro? Why? Talk to me. Who hurt you? What happened? Point on the bear where the bad man did bad things. All right, let's check out this video, though, from Saint Tontas. The biggest co-op update is finally here. I've yet to play. I went on. I claim a Zhangli Yao. I haven't played the new update, the new event, should I say. I haven't built Zhangli Yao yet. I haven't done the last round of the Elusive Realm. I've done all the others, but, you know, the final one was locked till the 7th. I haven't done that either. So we need to get back on and do that. But let's see what he's saying about the event then, because, as I say, I'm a little bit ignorant to it. I just know what was spoke about. I haven't even watched any gameplay of people playing it, but let's check it out. Great videos as well. You will enjoy the content that Saint Tontas stood if you want a little bit of a different kind of content regarding Wuthering Waves anyway.
Any online game is the ability to play that.
Let's pull it back, because I think we missed a little bit there, didn't we?
One of the greatest benefits of any online game is the ability to play that game with other people. This is especially...
Not tripping, or does Saint Tontas sound a little bit different? Has he adjusted his mic or something?
Especially enticing in the gacha genre of games. With all of that effort that you put into grinding pulls, ascension materials, and character gear, some players just want the opportunity to show off their shiny toys and beautiful crit ratios to other players. Unfortunately,
hey, What's my crit rate now? That makes me not feel so bad. My crit rate was at one point was decent with Gian. I think it's only sitting at about 40% now or something like that. I've got some decent crit rates on some characters. I need to get my crit rate up on your boy. He's got a little bit better attack than me though. A little bit better attack than me. I think I'm sitting at 1600. We need to get that up to you know, for bragging rights.
Fortunately, Wuthering Waves was a game that released with very limited co-op potential. While you could engage in activities like shared echo farming and material grinding, the repetitive nature of the farming and the very low overworld material costs to actually level up characters meant that the novelty of this mode wore off very quickly. There just weren't many objectives or goals for players to complete. However, with the announcement of the new co-op event, Do Echoids Dream of Electric Sheep, and its actual implementation in the latter half of version 1,
Question, how does it run? How's the connection to the people who've been playing it co-op? Does everything feel good, you know? Obviously I know there's how it works in Overworld, but I was just wondering if like this specific event is like, you know, everything's working smooth, everything's running as it should. Like, I'm curious, let me know.
1.2, this has changed for the better. With
and
this
does it feel good in
event,
co-op as well?
Kuro gave a purpose to co-op, with stages and mechanics purposefully designed around actually working with other players to complete one simple objective.
And question as well, for the people who have done the entirety of it, or the entirety of whatever you can do now, I don't know if the stuff time gated, without other players, does it feel like you're gimped without having other people to do it with you?
Keep your tower alive. It's an event that still has some kinks that need to be ironed out.
Okay, yeah.
But with Kuro's first...
See, that sort of stuff, I understand it, but I'm not the biggest fan of that sort of stuff of like, hey, you can do this tomorrow now. It's like, I feel like you're just stretching out some small content to make it look bigger than it actually is. And I'm not a fan of that. I've spoke many times about some of my issues with the events in Wuthering Waves. I think it's probably the weakest point of the game and the weakest point of the updates in the content going forward. And I hope that's something that we work on. And we get these sort of events, these sort of updates. They're like these like kind of like self-enclosed little small updates that you can clear over a couple of days, or you can get it done in a few hours or an hour or whatever. But I also want larger, more meaty updates that have some replayability to them, and it's not necessarily about the rewards at the end of it. It's just going through it and doing it in different ways with different affixes, different buffs, and you know what I mean? Dungeons, raids, I keep saying it, but I won't go on anymore.
First foray into specifically designed co-op events, they've given us a lot to look forward to when it comes to future ones, and even new echo skills as well. Innovation is still well and alive at Kuro Games. Today we'll be discussing why this is the case, diving into the fantastic overall design of the Echoid co-op event, what gives it so much replayability and potential, and how many of its present mechanics might find their way into actual gameplay. Kuro is...
So do your Echoids just work like echoes, or do they work a little bit more like echoes in the elusive realm?
Bringing a lot to the table, and while there have been a couple of hiccups with its implementation, the pros heavily outweigh the cons. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. After finishing up a short initial quest with Cosmo, one of Encore's puppets, players can immediately access the new game mode. Its design is incredibly simple, and actually very reminiscent of tower defense games that were extremely popular back in the 2000s. Enemies...
We kind of had a little snippet of this before, didn't we? If you remember. I think it was part of the elusive realm, was it? You know that part where it kind of acted like a tower, and the waves of discords came at it, and you could use the spears, you know, to stop them. So we kind of got a feeling for that already. Are those spears reintroduced into that? Because I kind of like that. I like the idea of there being environmental, I guess, mechanics, if you will. You know, like things to pick up to use in the combat as well. It just changed things up a little bit. I really like that. I did.
Spawn at intervals from 4 sides of the arena, complete with their own grappling points for easy access. Each wave spawns on a timer, and clearing out all of the mobs before the timer ends will award your team additional bonus points. With some of these waves spawning close to 20 enemies, what this means is that characters with a tremendous amount of AoE or short cooldowns on their abilities seem like the go-to picks. Using a
Hey man, I'm thinking Jian's gonna be a good Cryoneater character in this, you know, just CC the shit out of everybody.
Bursty DPS like Jinxie seems really inefficient for this sort of content, right? That's actually wrong. With the final wave of each battle, a boss with a respectable amount of health spawns, allowing every type of DPS to get their chance to shine in the spotlight. And what this means is that there is a variety of different playthroughs and enemy encounters you get to experiment with, and when the individual enemy spawns differ from difficulty to difficulty, this adds a lot of freshness for you as you progress through all of the rewards. However, the wide variety of enemies, both in type and number, isn't the only unique part of this combat event.
I like that as well, that you can use the tower as a grappling to get back to it quickly, because sometimes that can be an annoyance when you're playing these sort of modes. When you get dragged out to clear something, and then you're spending a bit of time like running back to protect. So the idea that simple thing of grappling back to the tower, I like that.
One new addition that is, in my opinion, the greatest is the inclusion.
Oh, you can grapple to all the doors as well, can't you? See, again, I'm ignorant. I ain't played this mode yet.
Of the Echoid skills. When you're selecting a character in your team's preparation, you must equip a unique Echoid.
Wait, is he only level Verena up to level 50?
Skill from the selection of available ones before starting a match. These Echoids are very similar to the existing Echoes. You'll find familiar creatures like the Winged Gorilla, Impermanence Heron, and the Hortoise. But what you'll also notice is that each of these Echoids have Echo skills and effects that are
Okay, so they've got...
completely different from those in the baseline game. Instead of a two-hit combo that grants arrow and heavy attack damage, the Winged Gorilla instead launches into the air and slams a pillar into the ground, releasing AoE shockwaves over a...
Okay, that's cool, because he does that in is it in one of the... I just remember him doing that. I don't know if I'm tripping.
Duration with the ability to attack with more coordinated shockwaves if certain conditions are met. These Echoid skills gain more and more upgrades as you progress through the defense, granting more and more.
See, this is the sort of stuff I was talking about in terms of replayable content. You know, say like, okay, I keep going back to it, like, you know, dungeons, whatever. Create a form of content event in your head that's like got some replayability to it, right? You go through, and then having adjustable affixes for your echoes to change up the basic things they do, you know, obviously buffs for certain attributes and all that sort of stuff, different waves of enemies doing different things, adding mechanics into particular fights and stuff. This is the sort of stuff that I want to see, and I'm hopeful that we're seeing them start to tinker with some of these things in smaller ways inside certain events. You know, we've seen the kind of like base idea of dungeons potentially being a thing in like Changli's companion mission, in the way that works with the light puzzling. It felt kind of like a dungeon. We're seeing these sort of things now. I feel like it feels like Kuro are kind of tinkering with things in little ways just to test it out, in the hope that we see a bunch of these things get added into something larger that acts as like kind of like a repeat content, a weekly sort of content, or like a new form of endgame content that's more about rolling over and over again, rather than being like, right, I've cleared it for the rewards, it's done. Sort of like how the Tower of Adversity works, but just different in a way that's a little bit different. It's more of a less of an instance and going in and fighting a hard boss, and more of an actual you know, a linear sort of progressible event that feels like it's almost like a level in itself, just with no story attached to it at all, and potential Easter eggs that could be added to it of when you clear through the first or second difficulty, you know, having rooms that open up and areas to access that weren't there before. These are all going to take extra design and more time, but I'm hopeful that we're going towards those sort of things. Because I think this game, the way it works, it's perfectly set up to have that sort of content in it. It's just whether we see that sort of content is the thing as well.
More of those outlined abilities and upgrades. I highly recommend taking a look at all of the available Echoids, their names, and the titles of their ability upgrades. There are some very clear references to many popular video games that'll likely give you a chuckle or two. I believe that these Echoids are an absolutely fantastic addition to not just the game mode, but Wuthering Waves as a whole for a few reasons. First, these echoid skills show that Kuro is still designing unique, interactive mechanics for players to experience across their gameplay. They're not afraid to experiment or think outside of the box when it comes to new features. Echo skills that leave lingering objects on the battlefield, echo skills that interact with the abilities or attacks that other party members use. What this means is that the sky is truly the limit when it comes to their implementation of echo skills. As long as Kuro is able to add new features, gameplay is never going to be stale. The second great part about these echoid skills is that they're all derived from existing ones in the baseline game. While this is entirely speculation, I believe that Kuro is planning to release alternative echo skills for these existing echoes.
That'd be a big W. That would be a big W. Different ways to build your sets, you know, that's going to add so much variety to your potential teams. You know, you'll be able to have the same echoes across different team comps doing different things. That's a big W, that is.
That will be very familiar to what we've seen in the co-op event. This would be one of the most player-friendly ways to add new features or mechanics into the game, as there would be no need to regrind.
That's one thing I really do like. Sorry to keep pausing. That's one thing I do really like about the ecosystem. I think it's a real cool way to introduce gear into a game because it adds an extra element to it rather than it just being gear. You know, it's just being adding attributes, giving you whatever bonus, whatever multiplier. It's like it does that, but it also gives you something to bring onto the field, whether you're controlling it or it acts in more of a passive way. And then, like as he says, the potential then to add so many options to that is like, it's almost endless, really, when you think about it. And it just shows the system, the ecosystem itself was, in my eyes, one of the best parts of Wuthering Waves. Obviously, I glaze the combat all day long because I think the combat's insane. In my opinion, the best out there in this space. But I think the ecosystem as well it is really truly a great system that they've added to the game, and I'm glad they did as well. And it's just like, it's that kind of like, especially when you first started, when you're going around collecting them, it was like that Pokemon feel to it, which I really enjoyed as well. It's not there now because obviously you've collected them all, but you know, at the start, it really was.
Echoes and roll for new substats to gain access to these new abilities. They've already done the development work to code their effects into the game, so why not fully implement them in normal gameplay in the future? It's clear that there has been a lot of innovation in this game mode that's improved the overall player experience. However, this event has one very large downside, and that downside is also the reason why I'm releasing a video on the co-op game mode nearly a week after it initially launched. After experiencing this game mode for the very first time, I couldn't wait to get my hands on the new echoid skills and experience combat with enemies that I wasn't destroying in 2 attacks. With the first few levels of the mode consisting of level 50 to 60 enemies, there was almost no challenge at all. Only the problem was when I tried to...
See, I think this sort of stuff should just scale on your account, you know? I understand that wanting it to allow people who don't have such built-up accounts, but I think you should just scale. Based on what level you're at, these should, like, so the first ones just have that difficulty anyway, you know what I mean? And then just scale up from there, because, yeah, you don't want to be coming in and fighting level 50 stuff, because you just roll over them.
Play this fun game mode more, I discovered that this entire event was time-gated by several days.
Yeah, not a fan of that.
I believe that this was a huge mistake. This was one of the most engaging, innovative...
I genuinely think it's just a way to stretch content that... just stretch it out to make it look bigger than what it is, you know what I mean? Which I'm straight up not a fan of that.
And fun experiences that I and many players have had with Wuthering Waves' combat. It sucks having to wait 1 or even 2 days just to unlock the next difficulty. With certain echoid skills locked until you reach those high...
It breaks it up and it makes the event not an event, you know? It just takes something that is an event into, like, just little slices of extra, like a mission. Oh, I'll go and do this mission now. It goes from being an event to just an individual thing every couple of days, which it does really water down the event as a whole.
Higher difficulties and early difficulties having close to no challenge at all, you are actively disincentivized from playing one of the best game modes Kuro has released. It is impossible to fully appreciate the...
So, like, for me, this sort of thing, it shouldn't just be an event. This should just be a game mode in the game that continually rotates and changes, and the echoids that are in there change, and the enemies you're fighting change, and affixes and how they've adjusted these things change all the time. You know, I definitely think this is something that should stay in the game, should be there permanently, and all of these things should continually reset over a bi-weekly basis or something. You know what I mean? And I think this would be pretty fire then to just go and it doesn't even have to be a farming thing, just a little extra thing to do, and then have higher difficulty levels that kind of work like, you know, holograms and the harder levels in the Tower of Reverse as well. So there's just a different kind of hard content in the game, you know.
Intricate effects and interactions of the new Echoid skills, or experience any sense of urgency as you defend your tower when the enemies deal absolutely no damage to your character and fall over flat if you do so much as stare at them. When a game is too easy, it's not fun to play. That's why the combat in Wuthering Waves is so enjoyable. And when Kuro time-gated this event, they also time-gated the fun.
Yep.
Now that some of the higher level difficulties have been released, and more of those Echoid skills.
So I suppose this is good with these events. It's kind of cool to come to them a little bit later, I guess. I suppose I did the wrong thing. It's not because I chose to. It's just because I've just been playing other games at the minute. I'm kind of happy that I have come to it later, so I can go through it all now and just enjoy it all in one go, kind of thing. Rather than having to be like, oh, I've had a little bit of fun now, I guess I'll come back in a couple of days.
Are available, many more players are able to experience all of the fantastic things this game mode has to offer. It's just, why did we have to wait nearly a week to get to the meaningful content? Overall, Do Echoid's Dream of Electric Sheep is a fantastic combat co-op event, but mainly if you decided to wait a couple of days before diving into it. The overall game mode, new Echoids, and variety in enemies is absolutely fantastic. We just should have been able to experience it all a lot sooner. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. Peace out.
Yeah, another great video from Saint Tontas, guys. You should check him out. Makes great content. Show him some love. But yeah, again, time gates, not a fan of. I really like the idea that they're tweaking and tinkering with echoes, though, and coming up with this idea of, hey, this might not be all we have in store for this particular echo, because again, as I said, I think the echoes are a brilliant system that's been added into the game. You know, it's gear, but it goes beyond gear. It's actually, it adds to play style. It adds to the mechanics in the game, you know, depending on whether it's passive or whether it's an active echo that you actually control. That sort of stuff's cool. And the fact that we're going to be able to potentially, in the future, have that sort of stuff in the game for main content, not just for this content, and potentially have, you know, the same echo on two different characters, but with different abilities. That, to me, sounds like a really good idea. I'm here for that. Like I say, all of these little tweaks that they're working with on these sub-mechanics, if you will, and little additions that they're doing elsewhere in the game, it all leads me to believe that we are going to start to get some really good content in that regard later on. Of course, the game's only been out a couple of months now, so, you know, hopefully, anyway, I'm expectant that within a year or so, the game's going to have a lot of this extra content that surrounds the game that gives us so many different things to do in different ways and play the game in a totally new, a varied way to how we're used to playing it. So I'm looking forward to that. Again, I can't wait. I don't want to wish my life away, but I can't wait to see the future of the game and the stuff that's there. And hopefully we get the sort of things that I want to see in the game. Dungeons. I'm never going to stop saying it. But yeah, great video. Never going to stop saying it. What's going on, Joshua? Welcome to the stream, dude. Catches dudes, you have to come back. Yeah, the time gating and stuff is designed to try and get you. I think Wuthering Waves needs to do it differently, though, because I think it should try and get its a separate identity. I don't think it should be a banner chasing game, in my opinion. I think if they can try and change the way people approach the game in terms of coming for the content, and then that's just going to encourage spending anyway, rather than material chasing, you know, currency chasing, and then obviously banner chasing, because that's, other games do that. All the other games do that. And of course, you want to get people to push towards the banner, but I think there's other ways to do it. I think there's other ways to do it. And hopefully we start to see that sort of stuff. I'm okay with stuff being time gated here and there, though, like I say. I don't mind if there was a little extra events. I just want to see some of the other kind of content that I want to see in the game. I'd like to see some world bosses. I'd like to see potentially some call them totems, whatever you will, that you go to and you can match up with people and you can kind of do co-op matchmake world bosses that are a little bit more difficult, and maybe have some extra ads and all this sort of stuff. Of course, a lot of the stuff that I want in the game is limited by the fact that the game has to have these things work on mobile as well, which is kind of a hold-up. But that's just the case with most gacha games anyway. There's only so far that you'll go in regards to content because mobile's always going to hold it back a little bit. They always play out how great everything is. He's getting better, but PGR is still superior. Well, I suppose that's a subjective. Well, it is a subjective thing. I really like PGR, but I definitely think I think the best game subjectively, in my opinion, at the minute is Wuthering Waves, just in terms of like a variance of reasons. But I really like PGR. I'm new to it. I'm still learning everything, but I really like it. You've had a lot of fun in this event so far. People will always go for the most optimal, so nobody's creative anyway. Yeah, there is a min-maxing. I don't do that personally. I've got plenty of more setups and my team comps in this game that are far from optimal. You know, depending on the content, sometimes I will, but I just kind of wing it a lot of the time, man. I've got like weird compositions in my squad that it's just because I like playing them. You know what I mean? Memory system in PGR is better than Echoes. Everyone could get the optimal set. Yeah, I don't know. The memory system's okay, but the memory system just like kind of like gear, isn't it? It's nothing new. It's just got a different name, really, which isn't a bad thing because that's kind of how most of the games work. But I really like the system in Wuthering Waves because it's like it's gear, but it's got something else to it. It's actually it's controllable. You know what I mean? You can bring it into combat. You can use it as an extra man on the field in a way. Sometimes as a tag team, and I just think that's really good. I do. And obviously it's cool collecting them as well. The way you collect them, in my eyes, is like one of the best ways to collect gear in a game. Time gates are dumb. True. Can't stand the time gating, that's for sure. True. So frustrating to be forced to wait to play. This guy hasn't played PGR. That's where all the hard stuff is. I don't know, man. Some of the holograms in Wuthering Waves are difficult, especially when you get to like level 4, 5, and 6 on you know, like Crown Lease and Mephis and stuff. They're difficult. Mobile still sucks. Mine crashing. I can't do anything. Yeah, I don't know if people can play these games on mobile. If I'm honest, I really don't. You get the perfect memory set with red USBs and picky buffs. Yeah, that's one thing I would like to see on Wuthering Waves. I'd like to see shinies become a thing where you can pick your main stat and one of your substats. I'd like to see that. Well, the optimal sets in PGR and the fan wikis already, so now thinking he's done for you. Yeah, like, I can understand from that point of view. I'm just more talking about the fact that how the echoes work. They add an extra mechanic into the game. They're not just like stats, you know what I mean? They are stats, but they're also not as well at the same time. They actually are, they're an extra man on the squad. I really like that. And some of them have really cool animations as well, you know? Like, even though Void Thunder isn't optimal, I'll still fucking love coming in and using both of the Mephises because they just look fucking badass. You know, feeling Bringle as well, I think just looks cool when he comes in. The Heron as well, you know, Crownless, they all look fucking awesome when they come in. Even some of the lower ones as well, like they're just a cool little addition to the game. I really like it. I like it a lot. Let's have a look. We got anything here, have we? We got anything here? Genshin is declining. Is it though?
This video
is it though? Even if it is, it's not even a big deal, is it really? At the end of the day, in my opinion. Let's have a look. All right, Erotic Walrus, a nice name. I've never watched any of this dude's content before. Let's check the video. We'll give him a preemptive sub and a preemptive like. Genshin is declining. I don't know if that's true. I think we've seen some movement in the revenue, which is just natural at the moment. And even if Genshin is declining, the game's been out 4 years. I think it's kind of natural. There's a lot more new games coming out now. Hoyo are even pivoting, and it looks like they're developing potentially up to 5 more games. Whether they're gacha or not is a different question. But the game's been running for a while now. 4 years. It's had an insane run. Even if it dropped off the face of the earth now and absolutely fell off in revenue and went end of service in the next 6 months, the game's been a huge, huge success. It took gacha out to gacha on a next level that no other gacha game's really done. We've had other games that have been massive in regions and had massive revenue, but this game broke the mold. You know, it went outside of the niche of the gacha community, didn't it? And broke into like the mainstream, if you will. But let's check this video out then, shall we?
This video is sponsored by Tokyo Treats
Tokyo
and Sakurako.
Treats.
More on them a little later. Sup everyone, Natlan is upon us. In this video, we're going to cover a couple different topics, especially the one regarding new characters, the new regions, and the content. Firstly though, since I am in CN now, I have to share with you guys some of the CN opinions about this update. Now,
Okay.
I do want you guys to know...
Which let's not pretend the CN opinion when it comes to Huyo games, and majority of gacha games anyway, is very important. They're the biggest spenders, even if we from the West are totally separate from it. How they spend, how they think, drives how most of the games work. This is one of my biggest pluses, at least, with Wuthering Waves in terms of the regions are a lot more balanced. China's still bigger in some months. You know, we've had months where I think Japan's topped China and stuff like that, but still, it's a lot more balanced. So hopefully that means that other regions get listened to just as much as China. Yeah, you gotta listen to the Chinese audience if you're in the gacha space, that's for sure.
That whether good or bad, I still think Genshin has a bright future ahead, but it's definitely not the game that we were familiar to a couple years back, with current numbers showcasing further decline in interest, not only from CN, but the global audience. Genshin struggles to compete with some of the newer titles, and for the most
Game has
part,
been out 4 years
no
now
longer
though as well,
holds
and there's a
top
lot more
5
games to spend
position
cash on as
when
well.
it comes to sales. Now, a lot of people would also question, Walrus, why is sales even important? If you like the game, if I like the game, if we're still playing the game,
Facts.
isn't that all that
Yep.
really matters? Yeah, to the players, but to Hoyoverse, I think money really does matter. Sales does matter. They're doing a business here, and they would love for the audience to speak with their wallet as opposed to just their mouth.
Of course they would. If the end of the day, you're naive not to think a business cares about money. But let's not pretend that Huyo are definitely thinking about that over everything, which all businesses are. But let's not pretend as well, you know, we've seen some quality of life things added to Natlan. And some of them that are outside the Saurians have obviously been attached to characters. So we know that's a big factor for Huyo. I just wish that I've added some of these quality of life changes earlier, but you know, it is what it is.
Right? At least if I were operating a business, I would hope that I would be profitable. And Hoyoverse has struggled to be as profitable as previous years. Now,
Yeah, I don't know what Huyo's overheads are, but let's not pretend the money that they're making, it's still absolutely insane. Genshin might have fell back a little bit. Star Rail's been having an insane last few months, and now Zenless has dropped on and given them $100 million last month just on mobile. So they're doing fine. I'm pretty sure Huyo is still very, very profitable.
I've heard voices also saying, Walrus, if they make a couple billion before and now they're just making a couple less billion, they're still making maybe $1 billion, $2 billion, or hundreds of millions of dollars, why should we care? And I'll tell you why we should care right after sponsor for this video. Tokyo Treat is a fun and exclusive Japanese.
The only reason you should care is if that money gets stopped being reinvested into the game that you like. In terms of updates and stuff, which Genshin's had plenty of updates, but let's not pretend that some of that money hasn't gone into quality of life updates anyway.
Japanese snack box featuring
Too many people
unique
cared
and
about
exclusive
shareholders,
flavors
which is
from all
weird.
around Japan. Each
Rosie
box
likes
is
them.
filled with a variety of full-size, fun, and exclusive Japanese snack items, like limited edition Kit Kats, unique flavored Japanese chips that are only available in Japan for a limited time. Sakurako, on the other hand, is a monthly
we get a lot of
Japanese
this sort of stuff on
artisan
Kenji.
snack box that supports local Japanese snack makers. Each box comes with 20 traditional, authentic, and artisan quality Japanese snacks, including Japanese teas and a special Japanese tableware. This month, Tokyo Treats theme is Moonfest Snacktacular. The
You know what? I better not show Rosie this. She'll be all over this shit, I'm telling you.
seasons are changing, summer to fall, and Japan's lunar party, Tsukimi, is almost here. Tsukimi, or moon viewing, is all about having a blast with family and enjoying delicious seasonal treats while watching the autumn moon. Dive into the fun and savor all the tasty, exciting Tsukimi-inspired snacks in this month's Tokyo Treat Box. On the other hand, this month's Sakurako theme, the Autumn Moon Festival, Tsukimi, Japan's lunar celebration, is a time to honor the autumn moon and share special moments with loved ones over traditional seasonal delicacies. This month, Sakurako invites you to
do love
capture
some
the
of the
essence
East
of
Asian
Tsukimi and indulge in its
holidays,
authentic
you know?
and savory flavors.
They're really
Celebrate
cool.
the autumn season and enjoy a traditional moon viewing experience with Sakurako. This month's tea is
They definitely seem less
Tsukimi
soulless
tea
than the
and
Western ones have
tableware
become, you
is a
know?
Tsukimi dish plate. I hope you can enjoy the changing of the season with
Hey,
the
cat.
company of Tokyo Treats and Sakurako. Here, my friend is enjoying some of the goodies with the Sakurako tea. Learn more about the snacks you receive as well as allergen information through the booklet. This also contains a wealth of information about Japanese culture. If you would like to gift or get your own Tokyo Treat and Sakurako boxes, use my code below for a discount. Thank
There you go.
to
If you want to
Tokyo
get some
Treats and Sakurako for
Japanese
sponsoring this video.
treaties, link in the description.
So why should we care that HoYoverse is making less money? It's not like we get to ride the yacht. It's not like we get to benefit, but we really do. The quality of the updates really does depend on how much money HoYoverse makes.
true.
And you can tell HoYoverse is finding
We definitely don't see any of the quality of life updates, though, from all this freaking cash. That's for sure. We might get really cool waifus and new areas, which is obviously really good, but still, I'd like to see some of that fucking investment go back into quality of life.
other ways to get more money through the way they've designed the Natman characters. Oh boy. Now we're getting into the juicy bits. With Moalana's release, everybody is able to tell that HoYoverse is now putting more efforts on unique region interactions through characters. Just like Numa, just like Fontaine, with their light and dark system, Uja and Numa, Natlan also has their own system. And not only does it now involve character synergy, but it also bleeds into the artifact system. I can't emphasize this enough. HoYoverse is planning to
Oh boy, the artifact system.
tie Natlan characters much tighter with each other through this unique system and the amount of damage potentially it can boost for each other. When it comes to gameplay, I don't really see this as an
I do really like
issue,
her design,
having
though.
unique characters from a certain region being better synergized with other characters from said region is not in any way, shape, or form a detriment to the game. However, when you rely so much more on the characters from a single region to synergize with others from the same region, I think it speaks more volume to impulsive spending or impulsive momentary blissfulness or momentary gratification
Chasing that instant gratification, man. Chasing those endorphins.
as opposed
Yeah, it is,
to
Kat, yeah.
good game design. A better way to put it is I would much rather see them put more effort in a more unique character that synergizes maybe with a character from previous regions to revitalize certain old dead characters as
Well, this is what I'll speak about in the ways to help revitalize characters, stop power creep, is when you're creating a new character, you make a character that works well with obviously newer characters, works well in itself, but also can lift up old characters. I think this is one of the ways to, like say, combat power creep, bringing out new support characters that might bring in old DPSs that have just fell out of the meta, people have fell out of love with. It makes them really useful again. It makes people who might not necessarily be chasing all the new banners actually feel like their character is somewhat meta again, but it's just not Hoyo's MO, is it really? That's just not the way they do things.
opposed to spend so much effort and care into crafting excitement from a new region exclusively. Now, this is not to say that Natlan characters will not work with any previous region's characters. I'm just saying there's much more emphasis now put into strict Natlan characters. And this all comes back to what? The fact that HoYoverse is not making
Is he recording his audio in a different room or something?
enough money. People are not spending as much as before, and that also is because there are less players than before, with no sign of end.
I think the thing is, though, I don't think Hoyo need to necessarily worry, because I think a lot of those players are on Star Rail. They're just playing another Hoyo game. The cash is being put in a different hand, but it's going into the same pocket at the end of the day. I think so. Now, there's probably some players who might have gone to things like Wuthering Waves, and just other players who've left, they're just playing other stuff, or they're just stopped playing video games so much, or they've gone into all the gacha games because there's so many more out there now. But I think a big portion of them are just giving Hoyo money in different guises, basically.
Game in sight, I think most big spenders have really hit a breaking point in their spending for Hoyoverse. And that's not saying that they've quit, but rather finally realized enough is enough. There's no need to sink anymore unless a very special, unique character that comes out making them fall head over heels for them, they're likely not to spend as hard as before. Decline in interest is common for a game such as Genshin. It's had its runtime, it's had its ups,
it does.
Finally, we can welcome it.
I don't think it's a hot take to say that Genshin's going into its twilight years, isn't it? You know, and that's not knocking the game at all. The game's been insanely popular. You can only go for so long, you know. The fact that it's still this popular 4 years later is insane. The success is unbelievable. You know, there's very few games that hold people's attention for more than a few years, you know, whether in the gacha space or out of it, you know, things like CSGO, you know, things like freaking Fortnite, things like Rainbow Six, you know, things like World of Warcraft, you know, Final Fantasy. It's really hard to go past that like 2-year mark on a multiplayer game, to go 4 years and up. Insanely popular, insane success. So I don't think it's something that's just, you know, it's the normal ebb and flow of how people play games as well.
Its decline. I still think though Genshin is gonna finish what they started with its story arc and character releases.
Oh, I do as well, yeah.
There's no way this game is shutting down anytime soon, but I think it's normal for its player base to just accept that it's not as popular as it was. Natlan is still great, beautifully designed. The characters.
It is gorgeous. It is gorgeous. I love the art style of Genshin. Full stop. Anyway, I love the vibrant, colorful design of the world. And Natlan's another area that it looks lovely.
Look amazing and play very well. Mualani's kit is interesting and unique, simple and to the point. And I think that's all we really need from Genshin at this point. Stay strong and finish strong. There's no need to lose its way, but at the same...
Yeah, for sure. Genshin's going to finish stronger than most gacha games ever were. You know, it's just, that's just a thing. That's just, and let's not pretend in that final area, that final nation, that it's not going to have a massive upsurge. Just, I think, from the sake of nostalgia, of people thinking, is this the last swan song of one of my favorite games?
Let's not get too obvious with our objectives here, Hoyoverse. We know you need to make money, but please do it a little more subtly than what you're doing now. I really hope that more Natlan characters are going to come out, synergize well with plenty
I just wish they'd be a little bit more generous
as
in
well as pave the road for
quality
some
of life.
new reaction playstyles such as burning and melt. I hope you guys are having a good time in Natlan, and I'm so sorry that I'm not able to update as frequently as before, but I assure you guys, I'm doing fine, Genshin's doing fine, and I hope everyone watching this video is doing fine as well. So until the next one, urge you all to stay safe, peace, bye-bye.
Yeah, man, nothing but facts. You know, game is more than fine. But, you know, we're definitely, I think, on a trend. We saw the bell curve. We're definitely over the hump of the bell curve in this game. And it's just natural. That's just what happens to products for the most part, isn't it? Even these games typically that are going 10 years, 15 years down the line, you're never going to bring the heyday back, you know? There's always something new to play. There's the game industry keeps on growing. The gacha space is growing. There's always something, well, spend a little bit of time here now and I'll spend a little bit of time here now. And you just don't spend as much time as you did on that OG game that was your thing. But yeah, great video from Erotic Walrus. That's the first time I've watched any of his videos, actually. I'll have to check out some more of his content, man. It was a good video, that was. Yeah. Yeah, I checked it out. Didn't spend those. Week is enough for me. Going to be spending once a patch drops. Oh yeah, of course, people are. As defo power creep in horror games, it's not as bad as Tower Fantasy though. Yeah, I think for me where it impacts the most, it's in Star Rail, just because that's a stats game. You know what I mean? And there's no skill expression really, so you can't get around that DPS check, so to speak, or that time check a little bit with a little bit of skill expression. Now I know even in more free games, in terms of like how you can approach combat, that's still a thing. You're always going to hit some kind of a hump that's going to be like, okay, you know, you need to be like maxing out your characters or potentially pulling, or you could do with this particular composition or whatever. I just think it's just exacerbated by the fact that it's turn-based. It's always going to be the case, isn't it? That, you know, because just the way the games work, it's all just it's just numbers based, isn't it? At the end of the day, which I know all the games are, but like, you know, it's literally click this button, click that button. The skill comes in, I guess, knowing the best rotation for abilities and the best abilities to use against on the best team, really. And it really feels like it's a have or have not kind of game. And I'm not mad about it because I really like Star Rail. Star Rail's a great game. All my teammates quit because of my Terra Fantasy crewmates still playing Genshin. They love it. Yeah. Genshin's like, you know, it is the big dog still, isn't it? You know, it's the OG. Like, I know that there was gacha games before Genshin, but Genshin is one of the major reasons that the gacha space is so big now. It's one of the main reasons why Western audiences are incredibly interested in the gacha space now as well. It broke outside the gacha space, didn't it? It reached new heights that other games just didn't. You know, not just in terms of revenue, but in terms of that cultural impact, you know? You know, people know Genshin. You know, most people within the gaming space, or maybe even have just dabbled with gaming, know what Genshin is. Or you start talking them to about a bunch of other gacha games. I'm like, yeah, never heard of that, bro. Never heard of that. So, yeah, Genshin was a massive thing, man. A massive thing. Oh, let me just, while I'm here, I need to log into Cat Fantasy to get me 10 pulls. I'm giving away like 10 pulls every freaking day at the minute. Just, give me pulls for me freaking cat girls, man. I have no shame. I have no shame. What's normies? The term it really depends how people are using it. It's typically, you know, people who are not involved in certain communities as deep as other people will. You'll have people from all different kind of games saying, yeah, the normies got a hold of it. You know, it just depends on the community coming from, really. It can be attached to any game type. You know, whether it's gacha games, whether it's, I don't know, MMOs, you know, whether it's anime, you know what I mean? Whether you're a manga reader, oh yeah, the manga, the normies heard about that manga, you know? Well, really, most people don't really bother with manga. I do myself though, but you know, people probably watch. Well, I guess you could say anime's for normies. It's for the people who don't want to read the manga. All right. Get me 10 pulls. Get me 10 pulls. I don't know how many pulls I've got at the minute on this. Hold up. Where are we? On the regular summon. Got like 78 pulls at the minute. Let me get me free pull as well, Sophie. Gonna get me free pull, chat. The game audio's off as well if you're wondering why. This game needs a freaking full screen at the minute as well. No full screen. That character, I hate that character. I don't know why, it just triggers me. It's like it looks just trash. Where's my other free pull? Do I not get one? Don't I get one in the Oh, that banner's gone, yeah. Yeah, these banners are getting a little bit wild, man. Definitely fan servicing, that's for sure. I tell you what though, there was a kind of cool event. I think it's ended now. Oh, it's not still on. At the Night Patrol. This is kind of a cool event. This is. I need to try and do some of this after. It's a cool event, actually. I like it. Same here. I only started playing Genshin Impact in 2023. You know, in terms of the gacha space, I am a normie. You know, like, I don't get me wrong. I've played plenty of Genshin, played plenty of Star Rail. I played Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Cat Fantasy. You know, I played a little bit of Reverse 1999, Solo Level and Rise, Snowbreak, Terra Fantasy. You know, I've played a bunch of different games now, but like, I am probably, you know, I'm a newbie. I'm a normie. I'm a newbie. I'm quite new to the space. You know, there's people who've been around for years. I used to laugh at people who played Genshin. I did. I was one of them guys. I fucking play that shit for, man. And then I played it and I was like, oh, that's why people play that shit. I get it. I understand. I respect it. Right, should we hop into the game? You came from Fortnite. Yeah, I used to play Fortnite back in the day. Like, I think reason why I like gacha games is I think I do like that. I've never gambled really in my life ever. You know what I mean? I'm not a gambler. The only bit of gambling, real world gambling that I've ever done is putting some bets on the freaking dog races in Wolverhampton. When I was like 15 and I went with family. I think I do like the pulling system because I kind of enjoyed loot boxes in games. It sucked when it was obviously in PvP games and it wasn't skins and it was weapons because like that was like, you know, it become pay to win in that regard. But yeah, I like the act of doing it. Like it was enjoyable, it's exciting, you know what I mean? But yeah, like for me, I think the reason why I enjoy gacha games in what they are, because for the most part, most of them are RPGs, whether they're turn-based action, RTS or whatever, they typically fall into like that role-playing sort of space, don't they? And I come from like, you know, my bread and butter when I was a kid was like Final Fantasy 9, you know what I mean? Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 12, that sort of stuff. You know, like, and like as I got old, things like Mass Effect trilogy, still one of my goated games ever. Things like The Witcher. So like it was just a natural transition to hop into these sort of games. Like, and I know they're limited in a specific way, but they still give me that hit of like, hey, yo, you know, I'm enjoying the fantasy part of it. Like, yeah, man, I spent more money than I should have in Fortnite. To be fair though, I blame the viewers because this is when I used to stream Fortnite, went like back in the day, like I'm talking like I think it was 2017, 2018. I'd usually have around about 200, 300 viewers when I used to play that regularly. And I blame the viewers because they was like, oh, you should get that skin. And then next thing you know, I'd get like a 40 quid donation. They'd be like, here's the money for the skin. I'd be like, oh, fucking hell, I got to bite now, you know? You know? If you want to pay for it, I guess I'll buy it. Let me log in. Fucking game keeps logging me out, man. Yeah, like Fortnite, Valorant, and Call of Duty are probably like the games I've spent the most money in after like purchases. Yeah, like Christ, I used to buy special editions of Call of Duty, like so I'd spend like I think for Black Ops 2, and that cost me 250 quid. I think my special edition of The Witcher, that was like 200 quid, I think, for the figurine and everything. But yeah, like I put money down in was it Advanced Warfare or was it Infinite Warfare? I can't remember. It was Advanced Warfare, wasn't it, when they really had the loot boxes hard with like the blunderbuss and stuff. But that was like I had a viewer as well, and like he'd spend stupid amounts of money on the loot boxes, and he just randomly like when I'd be in streams, he'd be like, here's 100 quid, get a bunch of loot boxes, like. So I was like, all right, okay. Suppose so. If you say so. I guess you twisted my arm. I didn't want to do it. But you know, I guess I will. Yeah, that's the one I broke at. Oh man, that was painful. That was so painful. I'm telling you, slow motion as well. Hurts to think about it. Might as well. I got a free one. Yeah, stick it in this stuff here. I want to get Stigmata. I had a little play with her in the trial. She's kind of cool. I wish the pull system was a bit better in this. It doesn't get my monkey brain going so much. It's alright, like. It reminds me of, well, obviously this came first, but it reminds me of Snowbreaks a little bit. Alright then, chat. Alright then, chat. You'll have to bear with me. I'm still quite new to this, and I am a smooth brain, you know? I think about the shit actually. consume 300 serum, clear 6 phantom pain cages for the first time. I haven't done any of the phantom pain cages, I don't think, actually. Stick it in there. We'll have a look at doing them. You got any freebies for me? Freebies? Go on then, I'll take them. I'll take them. Alright, cool. Continue cracking on with... actually, I might do some resources as well. Is that where we're at? Corruption. If I remember, we just got past... We fought the Butler, Antme, and Roland. And then we did the hidden story as a T for Antme. We'd just gone through that, if I remember right, last time. Alright, before we get into it, I'm just going to make myself a cup of tea, chat. Bear with me, I'll be back in a moment. As well, guys, if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. If you haven't watched my video from earlier as well, it's pinned in the chat. You know, gotta pimp it out. I will be back momentarily. Is this a new scam then, is this? Huh? Check this text message I got. Parking penalty charge notice. Please pay a parking penalty charge notice, PCN, issued by a local council. If you do not pay a PCN within 28 days, you'll get a charge certificate, and you'll have 14 days to pay the original fine plus 50% more. If you do not pay, you'll be prosecuted. You may have to pay a bigger fine as well as court costs. Please pay your fine at the link after reading the information. But yeah, alright mate, fuck off. I felt like texting it back saying I don't have a car. I've got a mobility scooter. Right, okay, cool, yeah, have you got the reg? No. The local council. You don't even know the council. And yeah, you forgot that they actually send you letters when you get that. And 2, well, 4, I think. Yeah, how the fuck do you get my number? You know? Oh yeah, man, they've seen my reg plate. Oh, we've got his mobile number from the reg plate. That makes sense. Fucking idiots. Parking notice. Penalty parking notice. Last time I got one of them, man, it was my mates. Fuck me. Well, it was a litter notice. We'd parked at a... This is gone back years, though, this is. Parked on a car park, the cinemas. And my mate's girlfriend chucked some fucking litter out the back of the car and I got fined for it. And then they had a big argument with my mate over that because she was like, I didn't do it! And I was like, I seen the photo, they sent me the photo, I could see it dropping the litter, man. You bitch. Where's Miguel? Here's Miguel. Here's Miguel. Should we get a level up, shall we? Should we get a level up? Let's get a level up. What does it give us? 17. Oh, mate.
この力がきっとより役立つようにな。偽りの地位に二度と囚われたりしない。偽りの地位に二度と囚われたりしない。
We'll be a big boy.
すでに身につけたスキルだけれど。
Yeah, proper. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna click the link, mate.
見直すのも悪くないわね。
Scumbags in there, isn't there though? You know, like some naive person would click that. I remember before I got a scam phone call and it was like about the I can't remember what it was about now, energy or something. And they was asking about like the energy. And I was like, oh, it's alright, man, I'm off the grid like that. And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, like I've got a water wheel next to the house. And, water wheel? Like, what do you mean a water wheel? I was like, yeah, you know, like in the old villages. I was like, the water comes through and it spins the wheel and that's how I get my power. I had him on the phone for about 10-15 minutes. Until he figured it out and you could hear somebody fucking insulting me in the background. It's the best thing to do, man, I think, with yeah. Is waste their time.
すでに身につけたスキルだけれど、たまには見直すのも悪くないわね。
If you're gonna try and scam me, man, I'm gonna waste your time because I know you guys are working on commission. You pricks. Absolute lowlifes. You know, 90% of the time, the people they're scamming are people who are naive, you know. Sometimes they get people who understand stuff, you know, they just catch people off guard, don't they? And then, you know, older people. And sometimes as well, even worse, is like people who might have, you know, might be mentally handicapped in a way, and they get him, and it's just like, you absolute scumbag, bro. Alright. How could we get in some, what is it, cogs? Should we do some, resources? I might get some cogs and get some, I'll get some equipment experience as well, actually. She gets some moolah. I really like her as well, actually. I really like playing her. I'll switch her out though. I forgot how her core and everything works. The other one now. We'll just bash buttons for the time being, and then we'll figure it out. get some cash. Oh man, it's 20 past 4. Oh shit.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしい
Oh,
も
her
のね
legs are so long. That's it. I remember she did that like with a holding. With a holding dodger.
生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。手加減はしない。
全部打ち砕いていいか。
宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Is that? Oh, that is that? I thought it looked like the Kurol logo then.
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が。
I like the VA in this game as well, but I don't think you can go wrong anyway with JP voice actors. They just always smash it, don't they? You know? Here's a question. Have you ever heard, I don't know, maybe if you go really cheap in the content you're watching potentially, have you ever heard a bad JP VA? I don't think I have. Maybe I'm not getting it because I don't speak Japanese. Well, I can't think of the life of me when I've been watching an anime or a game. Now, don't get me wrong, there's ones that are levels above, but I've never sat there and been like, yeah, man, this fucking voice acting's trash. You know what I mean? Where, when it comes to the English VAs, definitely. I'm a tripping here, chat. I'm a tripping. I'm a talking shit. I know I always talk shit, but I'm a talking shit.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。
The little jiggle when she puts her sword away.
全力でかかってきなさい。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。
Big boy.
無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。歯ごたえない。
Yeah, dude, her attack animations are dull.
無駄。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Right, for real, Jamie? I can't think of it.
生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。手加減はしない。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Yeah, she's sick, she is.
次に向かうわよ。
She's sick. I need to go into the troll thing just to get used to her using her. 'Cause I forgot what her core passive works and that. And she's fucking dope, man. She is easy on the eye. And I don't even mean just mean in a look. I mean in terms of like just her combat animations and that. It's fucking flashy as a fook. Don't be crazy. Need to get to level 40, don't I, for that shit. Where is she? Topping, give it again, Dad. Give it again, Dad. Where is she? I've done that, yeah. No, it wasn't Crimson Abyss. It was what was it now? Is it Crimson Weave? That's it. Right, can we check her?
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。
First accumulate energy to cast Weave Splasher, Splashing Thunder. This will switch Crimson Weave's weapon to the Adachi. Yeah, I remember these now. Okay, yeah. What did you have to do that for that? Oh, it's a. Oh, you wait for the flash on the weapon, don't you? If I remember right. Yeah. After tapping dodge, wait until the sword flashes, and then tap basic attack repeatedly to unleash a sword waves. I'll be quick with that, yeah. I'm used to Wuthering Waves, yeah. I'm a little bit more precise with it, like. Well, not precise, should I say, staggered in a way. Apothic points can be gained by pinging orbs, unleashing sword waves, or launching resolute blow at full blade aura. There's an old dodge continues to gain blade aura. Release dodge to cast resolute blow. If cast at full blade aura, it activates selfless stance. With the Adachi in selfless stance, press and hold basic attack to cast unquenchable flare and spend all aphotic points to increase the damage of thunderous downward slash. Sounds good, man. While holding the Adachi, spend 70 energy to cast Weave, Karmic Inferno, and switch to the Kadachi. Yeah, she's sick, man. I really like her. Alright, cool. Just wanted to kind of re-up. We'll get there anyway. We'll learn it on the go. We'll do it vocationally. She's being compared with by a tank, has she? I suppose it's bound to happen over. This game's been at what now? 5 years. Motto. We need to get some. Oh, I didn't realize I got a fucking better weapon for that. Oh my god! I didn't even know. Oh, wait, that starts using those mats when you go into the next phase, does it? Okay, ain't gonna go too well at the minute anyway. Let's just continue playing, and then we'll start building a little bit. The Forgotten Sand. Let's go. Come on, wake up. The floor's about to collapse. Lucia? Wait, Roland, where is he? Roland already vanished before we broke through then found you. We just detected high punishing virus activity. What did he do to you? I don't know, but I faded out back then. I don't feel anything strange though. Infrastructure begins to fall apart as swarms of corrupted crawl through the seams. Are you really okay? Though it is true that you currently show no signs of corruption. If your corruption threshold goes over, Liv can detect it before you can even tell it yourself. Everyone, the last withdrawal route is also blocked by Corrupted. Corrupted will also evade the collapsed areas. This will only increase their density in our path. Pardon me. If there's no path, then we'll just have to break through and make a path. Even if we do manage to break through, we still won't know where to go. Where to go? Lucia, that reminds me. I have a plan. Just say it. We don't have time. Strikehawks are professional scouts, so to gather intel, we always plant monitoring devices on our mission paths. These devices collect high-precision geodata of the surroundings. If they are still intact, then the mapping should be done by now. Calculating a route from high-precision geodata mapping. Liv, is that doable? Yes, if the data is precise enough, then with my computing power, it should be doable. Alrighty, let's go retrieve the nearby devices then. You just barely recovered from the fight with Roland. Are you going to be okay? He's got these, no problem, ma'am. Just a mere scratch. It's so unlike you though, Lucia, caring about others. Haha. I didn't care about others before. So he remembers her from a training, yeah. Jiggle, wiggle. You found the monitors? Yeah, but the equipment exposed to the elements could have been infected. Hope they still work. Let me try. Yeah, she's fun to use though. She's really fun to use though. They seem to be working. It must be my lucky day. We should bring them in for analysis. Man, I hope we do get some crossover characters though in this game coming into Wuthering Waves. That'd be a cool thing to do if when the PlayStation came out, they just secretly launched a collab. That'd be pretty fire. Yep, that should be enough data for us to use. Take it away, Liv. That's the end of your plan. What else? We need to create a stable environment for Liv to carry out the calculations, at least somewhere with fewer enemies. That makes sense. Let's protect Liv together. We'll retreat through the other side of the hallway. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. 1800 with 1690, yeah, more than enough. Unknown tremors. The structure's fragile here. Beware of enemies from the cracks. Why didn't these traps pop from that stinky Roland and the corrupted? All the more work for us. Not an issue. They won't be a major hindrance. Liv, it's okay. Take your time. We'll cover you. Thank you, Commandant. You'll have to handle the position Liv was holding. 0-point reactor. I guess you're just chilling in the boat. We need to find somewhere quiet. The battlefield isn't the place for computational work. The tremors feel different here. I've got a bad feeling about this. Something big. I like the stance that she goes into. It's pretty freaking dope, that is. A little echo she leaves there kind of reminds me of Calcharo a little bit as well. Yeah, I like him. Forgot about those little exploding things. Oh shit! I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? I'm not stuck on the environment. Are you kidding me?
私の結末は
Oh, get boned, bro. Get boned.
こんなものね
Environment totally shafted me then. I couldn't even dash away from it either.
足引っ張ってなかったですよね
Cooked out by a crack. Let's go. Leave. I'll leave the long distance attacking to you. Leave. Sorry. No problem. Leave. How's it going? Just a bit more and done. Man, that was quick. Building foundation analysis complete. Commencing real-time calculations. Real-time calculations synced. Time overlapped 2 seconds. Determining the best routes. What's the result? The result is there are no routes. That was fucking useful, wasn't it, Liv? What if we lower the safety limit without decreasing the member count? Let me try again. Calculations complete. Plausible plans, 0. Still 0? At the moment, yes. Damn it. I'm not going to accept any plans to leave someone behind. Then we need more information other than topography. Is there any other way? Bro, I got KO'd by a fucking crack, man. Commandant, the dormitory is finally up. Oh, yeah, nice. This symbolises that we are ready to take root on Earth for the long haul. I'm looking forward to living in the dorms with everybody. You can also modify and upgrade the dormitory. I'm sure you make it a great place. Was somebody was talking about I can get that big boober from there? Yeah. You know, the real big boober. Dormitory 1. What are these? 600 flowery things? PS Pro 5 is 700. Is it 700? Oh, see, that was when I was watching the Weapon Wheel podcast. They were talking about that, and they were thinking that it's going to be 700, 650 max. Two seconds, guys. What were the specs saying, honey?
channel talking crap on currencies. No, I'm just saying that's the reality. You know, if your currency is weak against the dollar.
We'll have to listen. We'll have to watch it with a little bit of music in the background. What's going on, Cybergamer? Have Terra streams been benched already? No, I'm just playing different games, dude. I'm going to be playing Terra Fantasy this week. I just can't play the same game every day. I can't. What's going on these nights? Yeah, I've only been playing it a couple of days. Are they going with a whole new design on the actual box? How much of a step up is it though? Spectral super resolution. Fuck does that mean? That's just some PR fucking speak, isn't it? Was it all fully digital, is it? Oh, yeah, yeah. I like the design, though. I like the design. What's the actual specs, though? Like, what we're talking here? Beyond, like, Mark Kearney going in, like, super advanced. It was a short presentation, then, yeah.
Console lineup. PlayStation 5.
Hold up, man. Dormant choose a place that stimulates the daily lives of constructs. Yeah, okay, cool. You may check the image guide at the top left button. Dormant choose where content. Oh, yeah, we'll have a look at this in a sec. Shit, I've got to go through all this. Commanders can freely accept commissions from different forces here. There seems to be a special commission. Tap on the inspect button and accept the commission. Before activating the commission system, please note that the system developed by Babylonia will automatically issue missions that do not require a commandant's support constructs. Please accept. Oh, is this kind of like oh, okay, yeah. Basically doing like kind of what you can do in Genshin and Star Rail, sending your characters out to remember to dispatch. Commission already accepted. Grey Raven. Claim rewards once the commission is completed. Okay, yeah. That's already done. Files obtained from the commissions will be stored in the file cabinet. You can look them up anytime. Today's commission. Complete a certain number of commissions to upgrade the system, which unlocks more team and commission slots and increases the rewards. For more details, check out the image guides. Yeah, well, you're gonna let me. Yeah, okay, sweet. I kind of want to see what he's got to say, even though I'm not bothered because I'm on PC anyway, and I've got a 4090. I'm just curious to see what the step up is on the PS5 Pro.
5 Pro, and how it advances gaming technology. But first, I want to take just a minute to look at what we put in the original PlayStation 5 and how it delivers an exceptional gaming experience. When PS5 debuted in 2020, it brought a lot.
There's still Terra Fantasy streamers, but usually they do it fixed times due to having to go to work early every morning. Yeah, I'm still playing Terra Fantasy. I really like the game. I just been checking out PGR and put a solo level wise. I was saying, obviously you weren't in the stream when I started. I was saying earlier, Terra Fantasy streams will be coming back this week. I'm going to play PGR today, solo 11 and Rise. Tonight I'm going to be playing Deadlock. And then tomorrow will be, I might do some other new waves because I just want to get some of the content done. But I don't know, I might play Terra Fantasy. But yeah, we'll be playing Terra Fantasy this week.
High as 120 frames a second. PS5 has a powerful RDNA 2 GPU, which can render anything from intricate details to fantastic worlds with vast panoramas to explore. Ray tracing allows for dramatic visual improvements, including reflections off of water or glass, and the realism that comes from real-time global illumination. A custom SSD can load data at breathtaking speed, resulting in ultra-fast transitions between game worlds
So I think the SSD was one of the most impressive things about the PS5.
And data streaming rates so high that traversal speeds are essentially unlimited.
You okay? I'm working on it.
Tempest 3D audio tech brings an unparalleled sense of immersion to the sound of the games. With audio so real, you may not even need to see the enemies to know exactly where they are. Finally, the DualSense controller has haptics that let you feel through your hands what your character is experiencing inside of the game.
The people who play on PlayStation,
it's wonderful to see such variety and richness in game experiences.
Often.
Creators have made amazing use of the hardware capabilities, but when I talk to them, I do hear about their desire for more graphics performance. The dreams of the developers are bigger than can be supported at 60 frames.
Hey, if you listen to developers though, man, you'll have to create a freaking a system that's as big as a space station. Like, developers will always want more power.
Per second, and that leads to an aspect of modern gaming that we're all familiar with: graphics.
You get all this on PC. You don't get it for $700 though.
Modes. It can be a difficult choice for players. Fidelity modes emphasize the visuals, typically through higher resolution rendering. These modes might also have enhanced detail or use more ray tracing. But the games only run at 30 frames per second. The visuals can be
I don't know how people can play games at 30 FPS, man. It's like, bro, how do you do it?
And the controls.
Like now, especially if I'm playing a first-person shooter, anything below 90 FPS just feels weird on my eyes nowadays.
Responsive. Performance modes emphasize frame rate and interactivity, typically choosing to run 60 frames per second. Mainly by reducing the graphical detail until those frame rates can be achieved.
I think potentially we're going to see something like that coming to Wuthering Waves from what we was looking at from some of the leaks, is that we might be seeing some kind of a dynamic resolution potentially coming in to help alleviate still some of the performance issues that are still there for some people, and maybe make it run smoother on PC for some people, but I think definitely on mobile.
Players are choosing performance about 3/4 of the time. Removing that decision, or at least narrowing that divide, is one of the key targets for PlayStation 5 Pro. We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro...
I'll give it though, man, this is a lot less, this is very much more of a layman's video from Mark Erner usually. Usually dude starts hitting you with shit, you're like, bro, I don't know what you're fucking saying, man. Talk to me like a normal human. No clue, I just know I'll be spending $700 for a PS5 Pro now. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think this is really specifically for the enthusiasts, isn't it? I think this is for people who don't want to buy a PC and spend... If you want to be playing games at 120 FPS, 4K, 1440p, ray tracing, everything maxed out, you're going to be spending at least $2,000. I think this is for people who don't necessarily want to play on PC and spend that kind of money, but, you know, want a little bit of extra. It's not going to be many people buying this. That's probably why they're charging $700, because they know the people are going to buy it, are probably willing to spend a premium price for it, aren't they?
Substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3. First, we made the GPU much larger and increased the speed of the memory it uses. The result is rendering that's up to 45% faster. Second, we made major upgrades to the ray tracing, taking a streamlined and accelerated approach that allows calculation of the rays at double or even triple the speeds of PlayStation 5.
That's good.
And finally, we added custom
Although for the most part, you like, I've got a 4090, and a lot of the time I don't have ray tracing. It depends on the games I'm playing. Yeah, most games don't take that massive opportunity of using ray tracing that well, really, to be fair. I suppose maybe they might do now, especially if more people start buying this, just because I think a lot of games tend to just dial it back a little bit because they're catering for the console market as well, I guess.
Hardware for machine learning, and an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short. PSSR analyzes the game images pixel by pixel and can add an extraordinary amount of detail, which boosts the effective resolution of the games. Game creators are adding PS5 Pro support to new and existing titles, and with the Big 3 involved, the results can be pretty amazing, with graphics showing
the Big 3.
something like fidelity levels of detail, but at double the frame rate. Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro. It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second.
I'm not impressed by that. Like, you know, obviously if I was playing these, I'd be like, yo, if you give me 120 plus, I'm happy. Or was it only running at 30 FPS then when you was getting on, I guess, the option for it to look better? It was only running at 30 then, I guess?
Let's compare this to the fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Oof. Oof. Yeah, man. I think, obviously, I'm a bit of a snob in that regard. It's just because, like, my frame rate's important to me. You know, like, now, after playing most of my games at 165 and above, like, going back to 30, man, it's just like, I couldn't do it.
This goal of delivering
I think I've been nauseous, you know?
Performance frame rates has been achieved for a broad set of titles, including Marvel's Spider-Man 2 and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. We can see that PS5 Pro is close to doubling the power of PlayStation 5. Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail. PS5 Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5. For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer. And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees
you could definitely see the difference
and
there.
cars. So overall, some remarkable improvement to the games. On PS5 Pro, we can see increased sharpness to the graphics or smoother and more responsive gameplay. This is the big three showing their value.
Also, I think that's the thing there. I think that's one thing the consoles try and I think what game developers do a little bit as well. They concentrate too much on graphical fidelity, which I think we're at a point now where most games look fucking fine from a graphical fidelity standpoint. You know, again, I'm one of those people, art style over fidelity all day long. Art style is timeless. Graphics can look old within 5 years. Getting a game running super smooth, in my opinion, is way better. You know, I suppose, like, I'm the type of person, I'll play things like Valorant, though. You know what I mean? Where, obviously, I love the visuals of it, but, you know, it's quite simple, you know, but it runs at freaking insane frames, so everything is buttery smooth. And I'm not against, like, these really gorgeous-looking games, but I guess that's why, like, for me, personally, I like to play on PC, because you don't have to compromise in that regard. Yeah, I'd definitely rather go frames all day long than over the best visuals.
As you've been seeing, machine learning via the PSSR library is being
At the end of the day, though, PC gaming's
to add
expensive,
pixel
man.
detail and boost frame rate.
To get
But
that
there are
sort
as many
of level of
approaches as there are game engines. The increase in raw
fidelity and,
GPU power is being
quality now.
especially effective for Horizon Forbidden West. Apart from the detail boost, that extra graphics power is allowing for improvements to lighting and visual effects, as well as to the hair and the skin in cinematics.
Open up, guys. Jorv's orders.
Good enough for me.
Ray tracing is finding broad usage as well, particularly when the games are focused on higher frame rates. The faster hardware in PS5 Pro can make a real difference, allowing Gran Turismo 7 to add ray-traced reflections between the cars in gameplay, while continuing to support their targeted 60 frames per second.
That does look nice, though.
That boost in ray tracing is also delivering big wins for Hogwarts Legacy.
Hey, more game of the year for last year. Fire. Absolutely fire game.
Not only for better reflections and a greater variety of reflective surfaces, but also for further realism in the casting of shadows. I hope you've enjoyed this run-through of the technology behind PlayStation 5 Pro. Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built, and a worthy addition to the PS5 family.
You'd hope so.
Let me wrap this up by giving you a quick look at a number of games running on the new console.
You'll never
What are we thinking of how it looks, guys? What are we thinking of how it looks? I think it looks alright, actually. Are these actually like, you know, useful? Are they going to be cooling the system, or is it just for looks? It's alright. That's alright, Annie.
It'll be worth it.
Okay.
See, like for me, I think like I just struggle with this stuff because obviously I've got a 13900K and a 4090, so like I can play games pretty much as good as they can get for the time being. You know, in a year's time that'll be different, but so like I don't necessarily notice that there is obviously a difference, but like, you know, obviously it's still below kind of what I'm capable of doing on my PC. But you know, at the end of the day, these are, if you're looking to get that sort of level of quality from a sofa kind of gaming point of view, you know, you want to sit on the sofa and play video games with a pad on the TV, on a big TV, you know, and you're willing to spend that a bit of extra money. I think it's a good place for that sort of gamer, definitely. Who wants a little bit of extra sauce but doesn't want to spend $2 plus on a PC, you know? I'll say they do look big, the PlayStation do.
What's with all the neon?
The looks of the sides are cool. You know, I think they've got some sort of use to them rather than just visuals. I love this game, I do, man. Golded. See, like that just looks normal to me because that's I played it like that anyway. It's like Dragon Song, man. Okay, what we got here then? £700, $700. We get fucked in the UK, we do, don't we? Like, what the fuck, dudes? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't even use that as a currency issue there. Like, that should be like freaking 650, 630 in the UK. And we get fucked, man. Bullshit. Then he sold abruptly after the price reveal, like they just threw a flashbang in the room and ran. I like that. That's how much did he buy? $700 in our vertical standard disk drive is insane. Bold decision by Sony leaving the comment section enabled for announcing that price point. The player's no limits after the reveal of the price really got me laughing as more than it should. £700 is downright insanity. No disk drive is a deal breaker. I think the fact that it's just the same fucking, it's equivalent in you know, that's like what we're talking, like $760, $770, maybe a bit more. Let's get €800 of it. And also, they're getting shafted in Europe as well. $700 for Ratchet and Clank to look nicer is maniacal. Yeah, I think that's who it's for, isn't it, really? It's for the enthusiasts. I think the people who were going to spend $700 on this probably would have spent $800 on it, really, I think. You know? Great job. You've convinced most of the players to keep with the standard PS5. I think it's one of those things. They'll sell it to the enthusiasts. They'll start to build up a production line of it. They'll drop the price of the PlayStation 5, and then this will drop down in price as well. And that's just how it'll happen. This early price tag's going to fund production really for a while. Fun fact: Mark Kearney is played by Dana Carvey and voiced by Ryan Reynolds. Do you remember the ad when Sony was roasting Microsoft for not having discs to freely share with friends? Now Sony does the exact same thing by selling a console without a disc drive. Wait, $699 for console, $79 for disc. So is there a version with a disc? Is there a disc version? I don't know, guess not, they're not showing that anyway. $700, it is expensive, it's very expensive. Very expensive. Oh, I think they were showing off Gran Turismo. Making the same mistake when the first release of PS5 is limited shipping and prices. I think the enthusiasts are going to pay for the reduction in price for this. I think that's what they're hoping for. I think they're aiming for those guys, if I'm honest, to cover initial production, and then I think next year you'll probably see a price reduction in it. Do you not think they will unless they have do a separate disc drive for the Pro? Yeah, don't bother me. I ain't buying one. Play PC, so you know, maybe I'll get a PS5 when the price goes down a little bit. You know what I mean? It's expensive though for a console. It's really expensive, and I can't say shit because I've got an expensive PC, but you know, there's a lot more. Like, you know, I get to play games how I get to play games, and I get to do a lot more of the stuff on it as well. You know, it can be a workstation, everything. I know that's cope because I spent money on it. You know, we all cope in some way, don't we? We all cope in some way, right? Retrieval of lost materials. What kind of? So these are just where I send people out, kind of like in Genshin and shit. Yeah. Do people have like you know, like rate ups like for sending them to particular ones? Oh wait, recommended stats. Oh shit. Okay. Oh yeah. So they do. Yeah. So yeah, she's good for that. Yeah. I'll send either Lucia or Karina. Yeah. Send Lucia. Okay. I'm gonna send out a bunch all at once. Hold up, chat. I'm gonna have to go for a pee though. I know, it's meant to good. I think it was anyway, unless PlayStation have changed things. You got your PS5 for free feet? Oh, that's not too bad at all, actually. The current PS5 and Xbox got cards if you play those into your PC, would blow up, so powerful. Those are, but 700 euros is really dumb on one side. So, you want to bet the GPUs? Oh no, dude, 4090's fucking... My graphics card is way more powerful than any of the consoles on the market by a massive magnitude. I can't send her, can I? I ain't got anybody else who can go on that one, can I? It will. Different ones, so they require different things. Don't know that, yeah. I can't see them doing it just yet. It's hot. It's hot property, isn't it? You know what I mean? PlayStation's doing really well. They've got no reason to lower the price as of, have they? And haven't they just, didn't they recently just increase the price of PlayStation Plus? Didn't that go up? Am I tripping? I could have saw I heard about it going up in price. Should we level this up a little bit? Obviously, we want to get a better weapon, but let's level it up a little bit, yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so when it goes into the second one, it starts to use match, yeah. So the first one's just cash, right? Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. Calculations complete. Available routes 0. Alright. Probably not going to work even if we retry it. Do you have any other equipment that might help with the situation? Other equipment? Let me see. Commandant, I think it's about time we expand our tool repertoire for missions as well. Only some EMP grenades left. EMP? Would those be helpful in the current situation, Commandant? For what? Shutting things down. They ain't gonna blow any holes in anything, are they? I don't think so. Commandant, your answer's too hazy. Of course it's helpful. Well, yeah, fucking do it then, bro. But your uncertainty is understandable. I mean, you don't use these puppies that often. Unless you're going to use it to shut down some systems, what are they going to be useful for, bro? And here, I thought you had an actual idea. EMP isn't going to be useful here. Not just us, but also the corrupted and even the door. They're all built with EMP in mind. Boom, the caving continues. Wasn't there a saying, simple is best? Wait, is that how it goes? Anyway, no time to explain. We just need to place them in a few critical locations. It's all rubble around here. Are you trying to fry something through the walls? Aha, you know your stuff, my technician Lee. Okay, well, I guess we could do that then. Alright, take it back. PS Plus went up $220 a year, £40 for 3 months and £40 for a month. I'll place some EMP bombs in strategic positions. Cover me, Lee. Don't hold back. You got me. Hey. Trying to do something, just didn't work. Yeah, I feel like this game could give you an epileptic fit, man. You know? No, it's punishing Grey Raven Thunder. Taking a lot of damage here. I was just spamming a bit then. We're just spamming a bit then, guys. Take cover, baby's gonna blow. Those things don't affect us. What were you thinking? Can you get PGR on console? Oh, I think it's working. You think? So what electronic device did you want to interfere? Shh, listen. There are voices downstairs? Haha, looks like it worked. What? From Liv's calculations just now, I saw that there was a huge uncorrupted mechanoid right beneath us. I'm guessing it's one of the guards here, but it was bound by some electromagnetic device for some reason. What we just did was releasing it. When it starts fighting with those pesky corrupteds, we can just slip past them. There's a chance that it'll attack us as well, so are we willing to take a gamble here? It's already starting to fight with the corrupted. Let's go, go, go! We'll slip down through the crack here and tail it. But yeah, I am going to hop back on Snowbreak again soon. Actually, it's got a bunch of new content, hasn't it? Yeah, I'll give the devs credit over at Snowbreak. You know, like the game's got its issues, but like even though like the game's been struggling for a while now, they've continued to keep adding updates to the game, which is commendable. You know, gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. It's not on console. It's not on console. That sucks. All the corrupted are drawn to it. I guess so, it's expensive to get stuff on console though, isn't it? This massive thing, it's a combat customized agricultural heavy machine. I know these well. What, so it's a tractor that fights? Righto. I mean, just look at it. If we didn't need to get it out, I want to try wrestling with it. If it's just fighting with pure strength, Kamui might be able to win. Really? That just makes me want to wrestle with it more. He dashed into the main hall. The main hall has the highest corrupted density. Yes, and the commotion from the fight will certainly draw the corrupted from both sides toward it as well. Both sides? Then we're in luck. Let's just run away in the meantime. Wait, I think there's one more thing we have to do first. You sure, Lucia? Such an opportunity isn't likely to come again. It's a structural, simplistic machine, but it wasn't infected by the punishing virus. It must contain some unique technology of the estate. Oh, true, good point. If you leave it, it'll be controlled by the virus eventually, and with a mechanoid of these powers, it'll be likely to be trouble. I agree with Lucia. Even if we get a chance to blow up the estate, we can't be sure that machine will still be here. We're gonna fight it then, alright, alright? I've already heard of the perfectionism of the Grey Ravens before. We're fighting then. We're fighting a tractor. Who are these guys?
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。
Jiggle. Place is strewn with corrupted parts. Status. It's at 20% power. If we do something now, would be the time. Emma? Is Emma? Oh, he's down. Sweet. We've still got to have a little practice with the combat a little bit more. I need to start remembering the core passives and what I'm supposed to be doing, you know what I mean? Emma? Heavy agricultural machine falls to the ground with a thud. Its speaker keeps repeating something as if calling out for someone until the very end, when it exhausted all its energy. Talking tractor? I've got its memory shell. Lucia, your orders? Everyone, retreat. I know the boss. Aren't you listening to me? The last one. Checked what Xbox did after PS5 Pro was announced. They only increased their storage to 2TB SSD and 1 or 2TB in memory because most Xbox are refurbished and max upgraded. I feel like well, they had the more powerful console anyway, didn't they? I think Xbox would be kind of mental now to try and upgrade the system, because I think they've realised that they've this console generation's been lost. Do you reckon we'll see another Xbox? Are we going to see one more generation of an Xbox console? So I feel like Xbox are going to just go into the publishing realm, I do. Maybe they won't, I don't know. How long do they stay in the console market? Do they try one more generation, see if they can get back to the 360 era? Or do they just go like the way of Sega, but be one of the world's biggest games publisher? Wouldn't surprise me. You know, come up with some deal with PlayStation and bring Game Pass to PlayStation as well. So, like... Because they're in the position to become the world's biggest game publisher, aren't they, really? Microsoft and Xbox. Would the name Xbox go away? Would it go from being Xbox Game Pass to just Game Pass? Probably. Be a bit weird to call it Xbox Game Pass on PlayStation when no Xbox exists. The last one. You were finally finished with them. Didn't think the corrupted would chase us so persistently. So what now? The tunnel leading back to the City 015 was destroyed by the Ascendants. Are we walking all the way back? There should be a transport aircraft picking us up. But there's no other signal around except for the corrupted. The crash site over there. Looks like it's... Damn it, must have been Roland. Consequences of letting him slip away. Let's retrieve the pilot's dog tag and move on. Or did the transport craft get shot down then? Okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Okay. Wait, my live stream got blocked. What the fuck? When a child is born. Johnny Mathis. What the fuck is that? I'll have to have a look at that later. And not nicely categorized. Yeah, Game Pass on PC can be a bit of a pain to navigate sometimes. Still though, best deal in gaming. There's punishing virus reaction beneath the sand live. Slither. Got it. Marking the location of the corrupted target. It's so fast. Come on. A pair of corrupted arms thrust out of the sand and grab Kameen by his legs, trying to pull him in. Let go. There's more coming within the sand. 6 o'clock direction. Several again. Just leave them to me. Alright. I want the giggling paint robot to come back. Liked him. It's very hot here, Commandant. Are you okay? In and out. Find a supply point for the Commandant. A different environment, I like it. Is he using like an oil drum for a shield? I like her ult animation though, it's pretty bad. Badass, should I say. I love the power stance. I'm loving the power stance, man. The way she like goes down like that, I'm feeling that. I love her character design as well, man, and the VA. She's fire. She's fire, man. Connecting. Grey Raven and Kamui, I'm relieved that all of you are fine. We're currently sending another aircraft over to pick you up. The desert here is full of corrupted. We need to keep moving to avoid being attacked. Of course, I'll keep updating the pilots of your current location. Thank you. Alright, the mission time was quite long this time. Well done to all of you. I'll get the hot water running to welcome you back. Because you're going to give me a bath. Thank you, Miss Celica. Hot water. Hot water in a battery. Huh? Now that the world is plagued by the punishing virus, to respond to different crises, we need to gather our power. Only by standing together can we save the world from catastrophe. Did you know? More details will be provided when the other commandants are present as well. Okay. Feature Guild unlocked. Guild is now available. Okay. You can join command bureaus that other players have created. Was this like a guild? Obviously. Actually said that. Or create one of your own. Okay, I can't do that yet though, can I? Tap image for more and detail. You can send your application to the command bureau via quick apply, or create your own via create. The weekly contribution will increase whenever a member participates in a mission. Rewards can be claimed here when the weekly contribution has reached a required level. Commander-in-Chief can recruit new members and edit position names here. Commander-in-Chief can tap this section. Yeah. Or should I join somebody else, or should I just create my own? I was like, I'll probably be more beneficial to join somebody else in regards to like getting stuff. Or kind of like the idea of being a commander-in-chief, you know? Sounds cool. Commanders can participate in the missions for United Achievement Points. Upgrade items can be purchased with the United Achievement Points in Benefits shop. Commandants can boost their power via Benefits Beacon Amplifier. Tap here to access Beacon Amplifier. Okay, I can't create one yet. I could join one. Is that how many people are in the guild? Guild members 18. Okay. The Supreme Commander hasn't been on for a week? What is this? Tut. Yeah, my last live stream got blocked in some regions for some reason. What did I watch yesterday? It was late. I did stream till like 1:30 in the morning. I don't know what I watched to get me blocked though. You really got time for that? So is that when they'll be back, yeah? So it's kind of like in Genshin, yeah? And in Star Rail. When you send people to do stuff. You can do it in Solo Level and Rise as well, can't you, actually? Okay, so I can decorate it. I'm gonna move this. Okay. Somebody was on about that I can get that, what's her face from the, Or can I go and look at other people's? Or is it loading? Does that crash the game? Oh, that's crashed the game. Oh, no. Oh, shit, we like little chibis. What am I? Oh, I can't control myself. Oh, I was hoping I could walk around. Okay, this is kind of cool. She's on the toilet. She's taking a shit? You guys can't see. She's taking a shit on the toilet? What the hell? Okay. Cool fish tank roll. That's huge. The fish tank cake takes up so much of the room. Ah, it's cute though. I don't know what the deal is though with that. She's literally on the toilet. Should we I've got this banner. So it ends in like what, 9 days? Probably pointless pulling on this banner maybe, or is it? I kind of like her. She seems kind of cool. I just don't know if will I be able to get that in that time. Maybe. Ah, fuck it. Monkey brain go brr. Gamba. Gamba, gamba, gamba. It cannot be helped. It cannot be avoided. We must give in. Okay, that's cool. That's the first time I've heard him talk, I think. Worth. Equipment, overclocking material, equipment, current XP, equipment, which is the stuff for like memories and shit. Is it skill point drops? Yeah, let's do that. That's for your memories and that, yeah, for like your gear, basically.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。
Signal orb drops acquires a random signal orb when attacking. Oh, okay.
その程度の風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
I love that favorite Sansa, bro.
その程度の抵抗なんだ。その程度の抵抗、風より解かれる力、我が刃と化せ。
Yeah, I'm sick.
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Big fan, boys and girls, big fan. I'm feeling her. When did we get out of that then? So we got what, 7 out of the first, 7 out of the second, and 8 out of the third, yeah? Yeah, that's something I'd like to see in Wuthering Waves as well, where like we can have cheaper runs. Like it costs less wave plates to do stuff, but we can have waves added to them. Like, I think I'd kind of like that. I'll be here for that. Do. I'm getting hungry. Hey, yo, man. Freaking another video we put up earlier. It's had like 360 views already. Let's go. GG. Appreciate everybody showing support on that video. People want... That is what I'm talking about, guys. That is some good stuff. I'll have to check the comment section. I've got a big ass comment. Big ass comment. Ain't got time to read that at the moment, that's for sure. Yeah, another comment on the video. I'm also waiting for this to come out on PlayStation. I think there's a lot of people waiting for Wuthering Waves on PlayStation. I really would like to see, just from curiosity's sake, not from any sort of point of being like parasocial connection with the company. I just like to see the number of the spending amount on Wuthering Waves on PC, just to see the comparison. I'm just curious to see how it lines up with mobile, because I think it's probably more. But I'm like, I just want to know, like, am I right in my assumption more than anything? You know what I mean? Rather than being like, oh man, the game's doing really well or it's not doing well. I'm just curious. Let's watch a video anyway. Let's watch a video and then we'll get back to it. Video from Kazahana. Wuthering Waves' biggest haters are furious with this. Are they?
I've ever seen with one of the most hated gacha game communities ever. If you don't know, recently Wuthering Waves came out with a new 5-star character called Zhang Li Yao, who you can actually claim for free. All you have to do is play the event that's out at the moment, and you can actually get him after reaching 6,000 popularity, which again...
Well, it's level 6 popularity. Isn't it? Is it 6,000? I thought it was 6. Isn't it? Don't you have to get to like 60k? Is it 6,000? Whatever, anyway, don't matter.
It's absolutely amazing, and
it's
a
not
lot
hard
of people
to do.
are very happy with getting a free 5-star, and with him being a free limited 5-star at that, because obviously, you know...
Actually saw somebody make a comment in one of my videos, and they're talking about, oh it's not free, because you've got to spend time, and it's like, well, okay, all right, you know, if you want to get pedantic, of course, time is money, you know, and it's a currency, the most important currency, but, you know, we're splitting hairs here. it's free. You don't have to open your wallet. You can just play the event and get him, you know, and it doesn't take that long, really.
In the past, Wuthering Waves have given out free 5 stars, and they've all been kind of like permanent. And obviously, that's not really their fault because the game just came out, but now they've got a few more characters out, they can actually, you know, give away a couple of limited characters, which we don't really see from other gacha games. But if we go over to r/gacha gaming right now, you can see that they got...
Are people mad that it's not, like, on for 3 months, kind of, like, fucking Doctor, whatever his name was in Star Rail.
A little banner for Zhang Liao, which again, I think is one of the most ironic situations
ever. What's his name
and
now?
I just find it so funny. So in this video, we're going to be going through this r/gacha gaming situation,
Hit me with it in
talking
the
about an
comments.
event that they're doing with Wuthering Waves, and why this is so hypocritical, and, you know,
Was it
why this
Dr.
is even
Ratio?
funny in
That
the
was it,
first
yeah?
place. But before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go for gaming subs, use my code KAZOE and get yourself 10% off a ton of cups and tubs. And they also have an event going on where you can get free shipping, so I definitely recommend going to go check that out. But let's get back into the video. So yeah, as you know, r/gacha gaming has become very popular in the gacha gaming community, and obviously this is mainly just because of that whole blanket kind of name. r/gacha gaming obviously means a lot of gacha games, from all the Hoyoverse ones, you know, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, to some other ones like Azure Lane, Snowbreak, and even some smaller ones. They literally cover every single gacha game, which obviously a lot of people will be like, oh, I like gacha games, so I'll go over to this community. But what a lot of people don't know is they're actually full of misinformation, and I actually think that r/gacha gaming stands for, you know, the 50-50 you get whenever it comes to misinformation, because you have a 50% chance of just being misinformed completely. And
to be fair, nowadays, that's pretty much everywhere you go, though, isn't it, really?
I mean, you know, what do you expect whenever you got Steve on X being one of your top users
listening to somebody talking absolute bollocks,
posting a ton of misinformation on your subreddit? Obviously, this is going to be an absolute hellhole.
Right? And Kazuhana is just the one that's spreading misinformation, abusing the fact nobody speaks Chinese. I found it suspicious. Now, do I have hard evidence? No.
Obviously, there are some people that do some really good stuff and, you know, spread actual good information that's backed by a source, which again, I think is amazing. I think they've just found the wrong community to be telling this to. And there was a lot of people that were posting a lot of information to do with Wuthering Waves.
What was that misinformation about?
This was especially the case whenever Zhang Liao first came out. There was this post that pretty much came up in r/gacha gaming. I'm pretty sure there was a live stream or patch notes or something like that that came out whenever they announced Zhang Liao. I'm pretty sure it was patch notes. And this person just posted a pretty innocent post saying, we're also excited to announce that everyone will receive 5-star resonator Zhang Liao for free during second half of version 1.2. Now, this seems like a pretty innocent post. Is r/gacha gaming, of course, they're going to include Wuthering Waves news, but the mods actually took the post down and had it under, you know, kind of surveillance for a little bit to kind of decide whether to actually put this back.
Okay, this is old news, isn't it? This I don't think this was necessarily that major of a deal that people were making out. They were like, oh, it shows that they're biased. I think this was just a difference in mods. The one mod saw it as this needed to be specifically for another subreddit, took it down. Somebody brought up the fact that, oh, wait a minute, you left this other thing up when it came to Honkai Star Rail, and then they took that down, and then both got reinstated. I think it was just that potentially a different mod was following a rule of the subreddit to a different degree. It was interpreted differently, and they kind of just went back on it in the end. Yeah, this was all a bit of a big nothing to me. This was
back up or not, which again is completely weird. This is completely true because, you know, it came out in a reply. They, you know, apologized for the post not being approved soon enough, and they actually managed to do this, I think, a couple of days later, maybe even a week later, and the post was finally up. But after all the hype died down, which again is kind of a scummy move from, you know, r/gacha gaming, because in this subreddit,
I don't think it was that deep.
Kind of feeling that they don't like Wuthering Waves, you know, they don't like anything to do with them, they don't like posts about them, and just overall it's really weird for a subreddit that's supposed to be inclusive to a lot of games. And this
now, I know a lot of people will say, oh, it's r/Hoyo gaming and all this sort of stuff, which I can't argue for or against, really. You know, I haven't been in the subreddit that long. Yeah, I thought this was just a simple two different people working in the subreddit as moderators kind of like interpreted things differently, because they did take the older post down and then they both got put back up. I think they were both like, oh, wait a minute. And I think they dropped the rule that they were using to take down the post initially anyway, because they were like, yeah, this rule's kind of like a bit of blanketed and it's not really a great rule, so to speak, if I remember correctly anyway.
There's proof of them doing that. And obviously you think, well, okay, maybe they just wait to approve a lot of the posts. Well, the reason they actually took the...
One thing I will say about the Wuthering Waves community that I think is a negative trait that they have, every community's got a negative trait, but I definitely do think the Wuthering Waves community sees everybody as always out to get them. Now, I'm not saying there isn't people within other communities that really like you know, Wuthering Waves sucks because like it ain't the Mar game. But I do think there's a lot of people in the Wuthering Wave space that are always like, whoa, man, everyone's out to get us, bro. We're just here, innocent. We're just men playing video games, enjoying ourselves. I was just thinking of that video from that, what's it now, with the fox, when he's like, we're just men. We're innocent men. And, you know, we're not bothering nobody, and they're coming after us. I definitely do think there's a little bit of that in the WuWa space.
This down was that they thought it should go in its own subreddit, like the r/WutherinWave subreddit or something like that, which again would be acceptable, but only if they did it with every other post too. If we look at the free 5-star for Honkai Star, which was Dr. Ratio, this post went up straight away.
Yeah, we're kind of just going over old news now. What is this video about, Kazak? Because we are really just they're literally going over an old video now that, like, I think everybody come to the same conclusion as well of what I've just said, that it kind of probably was that. Now, is it a biased subreddit? I don't know, maybe, but I don't think that proved it. I think it was just a bit of a mistake from two different people working on the subreddit, really.
And there's no approving need to be
like,
done.
We're hashing over
this
old
whole
news here.
conversation of does it need to go in another subreddit, so it does kind of prove, you know, r/Gacha Gaming's bias towards Hoyoverse and just how much they hate Wuthering Waves, which again kind of sucks. But why is this all funny in the first?
I genuinely don't think either of those things proves either of those things, if I'm honest.
First place, well, actually, there was a recent collaboration with Wuthering Waves on the r/Gacha Gaming server. This is actually
Am I just about to be proven wrong?
Official, you know, Wuthering Waves actually partnered up with r/Gacha Gaming for Zhang Liao's banner, you know, the post that got taken down, which again is the most ironic thing I've ever seen. And of course I had to tweet this out and make fun of it because again, it's absolutely insane that they would actually do this after all the hate and stuff they've given Wuthering Waves. And
all right, I need to see the hate that they've given Wuthering Waves, because I genuinely don't think what happened here was proof of hate towards Wuthering Waves. Maybe there's other things that have happened where they've showed serious bias. Fair enough. Okay, I'll give you that, potentially. Or I think a subreddit then partnering up with Wuthering Waves, if they're going to be, you know, this is some sort of financial thing, why wouldn't they? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why they wouldn't. This is a bit of a nothing burger again, this is, if I'm honest.
I'm sure that they still will go back to their old ways, you know, once this event is all over. And pretty much this is a whole giveaway thing where you can actually win some awards. And they leave a lot of information of how to enter, including, you know, leaving a public comment on the thread. And the chances of winning were like 50-50. So again, this is so weird to see, saying is, you know, r/Gacha Gaming's past with Wuthering Waves. It just kind of proves how, like, untrue they are to their community. Because obviously, if they do hate Wuthering Waves and stuff like that, you would expect them to stay true to it, you know? You'd expect them to, you know, not...
The question is, though, again, do they? Have they said that they hate Wuthering Waves? Have they actually come out and says, we are not fans of this game, so we don't want to... Because, hey, at the end of the day, being biased is fine. Some people treat being biased as like this, oh, you can't be biased. If you're biased, that kind of means... At the end of the day, you can be biased to a thing that you like more than another thing and actively say, just don't be a dick about it. Again, maybe there have been, or... I'm not really seeing any reason here why they shouldn't be able to do this, or any reason why it seems like they're biased. And of course, Wuthering Waves must also see that as well, because why would they do this? You know what I mean? I'm sure they'd be like, well, we ain't gonna mess with that because you know, it's they hate us, and I suppose at the end of the day, if you can get haters on board, hey, you're winning, right?
I'll take this collaboration out of respect for their community members, which again I think is fine if you don't want to like Wuthering Waves and don't like it. But the thing is, they've done all of this, you know, blocking posts from Wuthering Waves and stuff, and now they've decided to partner up with them. It's just crazy, and it just shows you how much of a money grab, you know, these moderators really want, and that they're pretty much only doing.
And hey, I don't blame them. You know, hey. If you don't like a video game, and then said video game comes along and goes, oi, can we give you a bit of money to, like, mention this about our video game? If you don't have to turn around and say, oh, this video game's the best thing ever and go against what you actually believe, and even if you did, it's not the end of the world, is it? It's going to make you less trustworthy in your opinion. But if you're just like, hey, you know, this is not my favourite game, I'm not really big into Wuthering Waves, and then Wuthering Waves come along and say, we're doing a promotion, we're willing to pay you to promote our game and just let people know the facts of this situation, I don't really see there's a problem in you doing that. It doesn't mean you've got to glaze the company. You could just go, look, guys, they've popped over, they've said this is what's going on, I'm getting paid for it, this looks something you might be interested in, and I guess in that sense, I'm a capitalist, man. Get that bag.
Doing this for money. I mean, I don't think they're actually doing this because they like Wuthering Waves. I'm pretty sure if Wuthering Waves came up to them and asked them to do it for free, you know, I doubt they would actually accept it.
See, like, as a YouTuber, I think this is a little bit disingenuous from Kazahana, because there's plenty of YouTubers out there that take sponsorships and they don't use the product. Let's not be naive about this. That doesn't mean they have to use the product either. If you're going to advertise a sponsor deal, You don't. Let's not pretend that a content creator has to. Well, hey, by the way, I use this food thing every day of the week, and it's tasty. It's like, yeah, right, fuck off, bro. No, you don't. But that doesn't matter. You know, you're promoting something. It's the way the world works. You know, like, oh, I definitely use these wallets all the time. Been using them for years. I actually used them before they actually got in contact with me. It's like, all right, bro. Yeah, that's totally cap. Doesn't mean shit though. I think it's a bit disingenuous for a YouTuber to say that, because YouTubers will take sponsorships all the time that they don't use. It doesn't mean you're bad.
I don't know on Wuthering Waves side whether they know about all the stuff that's going on with r/gacha gaming and, you know, how much misinformation's on there, and also how much they've just been shitting on their game overall. I don't know if that's a factor that they've actually, you know, keyed in, or if Wuthering Waves just are completely oblivious. And this is just one big coincidence for them, because again, this is the funniest thing ever. People are saying like, oh, Kuro Games is now owning r/gacha gaming, because obviously, you know, as I said, they've done all of this hating on Wuthering Waves for Kuro Games to come over with a ton of money and be like, hey, we own you now. It's so funny that they've just kind of backpedaled so much.
I think this is why Kazahana gets the label of being a bit of a Kuro shill. I don't think he is, but these sort of statements, I just think, kind of lead to that, because I get it, he's making a video here, but I think a lot of these arguments are kind of misplaced, if I'm honest. I don't think... Show me some evidence, I'll say, that says they've been talking shit, which he hasn't in this video. Is evidence to point to the fact was the post being took down, which in my opinion, we've looked at that before. That was just a mistake, I think. If that's all you've got, I don't think that's really great evidence to say that this subreddit hates Wuthering Waves. And even if they do, are you going to judge them for taking cash from the company? Isn't that the best way to get back? It's like, I remember somebody saying before, there was like, you know, if you dislike a game, it's like we like, say like Genshin, or like a multiplayer game. If you want to boycott them, don't boycott them. Play the game and just don't spend any money, because they're having to pay a lot of money to use to server costs. That's the way you get back at them. Take the money. You know, if they're going to pay you, take the money. Surely that's a better way to get back at somebody. Be like, haha, you put money in my pocket, fuck you. You know what I mean? Rather than just being mad about it. Like, I don't think they are anyway. This is just a big nothing burger, this is, in my opinion. Really
because of
is.
This, and they're just like, oh yeah, sorry, Wuthering Waves, sorry, we'll take your money. We're so sorry for ever doing this to you. It's really funny to see. Now, obviously, this event is actually quite positive for r/gacha gaming, because obviously it does bring a lot of members over from the Wuthering Waves community, which if you are one of those people, don't go over there. I would definitely stick to one of the official Wuthering Waves servers if you want Wuthering Waves news, and just stick to the...
Oh, you don't like the subreddit. You're not allowed to make videos on the subreddit, because you're by proxy making money off the subreddit. So that's way of endorsing the subreddit. So now they actually own you, right? Isn't that the logic we're using?
The other servers, Zone Zero, whatever game you're playing, to actually get your information, because you can get misfed a lot of information. But also r/gacha gaming, you know, benefit from this monetarily wise or some other wise, however, you know, they got
and don't get me wrong, I like Kazahana.
Compensated for this,
I just
which
think
again, I guess
is
a W for them. But for their pride and the overall, you know, keeping the agenda of hating Wuthering Waves, it's really not a win for them. And obviously, you know, they're getting clowned on massively. Now, I don't know why Wuthering Waves didn't actually partner up with one of their official servers. I mean, you know, there's always an unofficial...
It's probably because that's probably a lot bigger, isn't it? It's a business, you know. Companies don't partner up with the people who glaze them the most, or the people who are the biggest supporters. They go with the biggest reach, don't they? That's why you'll find a lot of YouTubers and streamers getting sponsored by games they do not play. But guess what? They get a lot of people watching. It's going to get more people trying the game out than going to the dude who's got 50 people watching, loves the game, plays it all day long. He's the biggest supporter of the game. They'd rather go to the dude who's got 10,000 people watching, doesn't really care about the game, there's going to go a lot of eyes on the game. It's business, isn't it? It's a
official server that actually goes alongside the official server. I'm pretty sure Wuthering Waves has one as well. So I don't know why they didn't, you know, partner up
and
with
at the end of the day, it's not only that, it's not only more eyes. People who really like your game, there's an audience already there they're playing your game, aren't they? They're in the ecosystem. You want to advertise to people who are potentially not in the ecosystem as well, because that's going to give you a lot more likelihood that you're going to get new players. There's no point preaching to the choir or singing to the choir. You know, you may as well go to the people who are like, okay, these are maybe playing other games. Let's get their eyes on our title.
Them who are actually much more, you know,
I think that's what it is, Kat.
People actually want the rewards from it, because if I go down into the comments, there's some people saying that, you know, this is the last place I'd ever want my game to collab with. It's a collab with the gacha sub instead of WuWa's own sub. What a sight. And also it's funny to see that there's a lot of comments as well. It's saying like, after uninstalling Genshin, I thought I'd give it another try, but seeing how WuWa is still on their Chinese, I'm not going to say that one on a video, but I think I'll wait a bit more. And then below it,
I'll say it. After uninstalling Genshin, I thought to give it another try, but seeing how WuWa is still on their Chinese wank arc, I think I will wait a bit more.
Actually replied saying, congratulations, you've been selected as a winner. So obviously a lot of these people are like hating on Wuthering Waves and they're being selected as winners for these kind of things, which again is just really bad because obviously, you know, there's a lot of people that
again, though, I know this is just a bot in the sub, but like in my eyes, it's kind of like that works for Kuro. If you're gonna bring in new people, why not bring in new people that are kind of like not playing the game? It makes sense to me.
That actually play Wuthering Waves that do want these rewards, but instead you go into r/gacha gaming, which probably has the highest volume of people who hate Wuthering Waves.
Probably
and
has the
pretty much
highest
giving out
volume as
Wuthering
well,
Waves
doesn't
rewards, which are pretty much
is r/gacha gaming the biggest gacha subreddit? I think it is, isn't he? In terms of you know, foot traffic, like, you know, in terms of people hitting the site.
going to go to nowhere. You know, no one's going to use them. People are just going to probably try to sell them, maybe. No one's going to use them at all. And it's just kind of sad to see that they didn't put it in a community that maybe cares a little bit more about Wuthering Waves and just cares a little bit more about getting free rewards. Because again, there's a lot of these people in the comments that are saying, hey, I don't even play the game, and then they get selected as a winner. It's really crazy, and I don't know, you know, what kind of system they're using for this giveaway, whether it's a bot that does it automatically or if it's a person. Because if it's a person, that's absolutely crazy, them selecting a ton of people that don't even play the game. And I'm pretty sure that the event is actually over now, so you can't actually win any of these rewards anymore. But again, it's kind of sad to see that, you know, a lot of people aren't really enjoying the rewards from this overall event. But it's also funny to see us such gacha gaming going against their word and going against the whole agenda, which I think a lot of people in the Wuthering Waves community are finding super funny as well. But yeah, that's about all I got for this video. I just wanted to talk about this real quick because I did make a post on it and it got a lot of attention. So I thought, you know, maybe some people over on the YouTube want to know about it. If you guys want to see some, you know, stuff that's more up to date and stuff that happens when it happens, then go over to my Twitter and give it a follow, because again, I'll be covering a lot of that kind of stuff before a video comes out. And yeah, if you enjoyed this video, then don't forget to leave that like and subscribe, and also go over to GamerSubs, use my code KAZO where you can get yourself 10% off your ton of cups and tubs. And yeah, as I said, go over to that event. It's very, very cool. You can get a ton of free stuff, and you know, you can get free shipping with it as long as you use my code. So yeah, that's all I got for this.
Alright, okay. I think this was just a video for the sake of making a video, which is fine. I'm not judging Kazahana for that at all. And I you know, you can disagree with somebody on pretty much, because I disagree with pretty much everything he said in this video and still like the dude. It's a shame that you have to say that, but sometimes if I do upload this to YouTube, somebody will be like, oh, you know, it's like, take the dick out your mouth and shut up. But yeah, I disagree with fundamentally everything he said on this. I like him. But yeah, I don't think, from what I've seen, at least in terms of the evidence in regards to the Dr. Ratio Zhang Li Yao thing, was evidence that these guys don't like Wuthering Waves. And even if it was true that they didn't like Wuthering Waves, I don't think it somehow makes them shady or scummy to then take money from Wuthering Waves. At the end of the day, they're running a Reddit subreddit. If they can make money, they're going to make money. If they're one of the biggest subreddits, it makes sense as well for Wuthering Waves to get involved with them, because it's better to reach out and advertise to people who are not customers and potentially can be customers, rather than customers who are already customers, because at the end of the day, you're wasting advertisement then, you know? And I think Wuthering Waves have a small advertisement budget, so get yourself out into the places where people are not interested in your product, and you're more likely to get a conversion rate into your product. Yeah, I think, I don't think it shows any of the things that he said in this video. Again, there might be stuff that's proven otherwise. I think sometimes conversations going in these Reddits where people think it's endorsed by the Reddit because it's been allowed to be said in the Reddit. And I think as long as it doesn't break rules, people are allowed to voice negative thoughts and viewpoints on a video game within a Reddit, in a subreddit, in my opinion, without them being banned. This is gacha gaming. It's not Wuthering Waves. So I think a discourse between people of differing opinions is always going to be there, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah. I think this is a nothing burger, if I'm honest. I don't think the biggest haters are furious with this, because I think, if anything, if these are the biggest haters, they're probably happy because they just got paid. Do you know what I mean? So maybe people in the subreddit might be annoyed. I don't know. I think maybe people in the Wuthering Waves community might be a little bit more annoyed, if I'm honest, which, again, kind of weird. Different communities seem to have different vibes. I definitely do think that with the Wuthering Waves community, where there is this kind of like, everybody's after us, and I don't think it's true. Yeah, good video. Clickbait title then? Yeah, I think so. Which I ain't got a problem with. Exactly, Kat, yeah. I think you're right as well. I think it's because he is kind of a young lad, you know. As you go through life, you experience these things. I definitely think it's a little bit disingenuous from a YouTuber to state taking a brand deal from something that you're not even if you don't like it, is a little bit what's it, because YouTubers take sponsorship deals all of the time, you know, whether it's through a food company, fucking what was that game that everybody was advertising at one point? Shit, what was it called now, man? It was everywhere. Raid Shadow Legends. Let's not pretend that everybody was like, oh man, this is what I do in my free time. I'm playing Raid Shadow Legends. Promise. You know? And I don't think that makes the YouTuber bad for doing that at the end of the day. They're just promoting a product that's being paid to be done. So if somebody wants to click on it and check it out, and if they're doing it because they think the YouTuber plays it, then it's on them. And at least, oh yeah, for sure, I agree with that. But I mean, I'm going to be buying it all the time. Hello? Sorry about that, guys. You admit there. Shade lad Legends. Honestly, when I see sponsored shit, it just makes me not want to buy. It doesn't really affect me. You know, it doesn't really affect me. I just think, you know, someone's getting a paycheck and I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Like, I was the type of YouTuber back in the day. Obviously, I don't get sponsorship deals now because I don't get very many views. But like, obviously Neil's been around and Jamie's been around. When I used to, like, you know, I'd had hundreds of people watching my streams. I used to get companies reaching out to me, and I wish I'd have took the fucking money nowadays. I had loads of companies reaching out to me, and I was like, I ain't interested in this product. And I had that idea that if I don't respect the product or use the product or think it's something for my audience, I'm not gonna take this. And then I'll look back and I'm like, shit, I should have took the money. You know what I mean? I should have took the money. Didn't like anybody standing there going, oh man, I remember Pix. Good lad, you know? That game of subs looks like dog shit. Hey, I'll take the money to fucking sponsor it. Remember XQC saying seriously who plays this sponsored crap? 90% marketing. I was asked that the other day. I was saying, does anybody who drinks that, does anybody actually drink that? I've never had a desire to drink a gamer supplement. So a lot of them just end up like being like energy drinks in a way, don't they? And energy drinks make me feel like shit. It's like, I don't even have like pre-workouts, I don't, you know what I mean? Like my pre-workout is, yeah, I'd usually have it a post-workout, but my pre-workout will consist of creatine and glutamine, and that's it. I don't take any. I took a pre-workout drink once, and I felt like my head was going to explode at the gym. It was horrible. It's fucking vile. Just bang a shit ton of caffeine in there for the most part, don't they? It's freaking soda period for real. I briefly checked the info on this area. There's an old military base around here, around 10 kilometers from here. There's a foreign organization named Forsaken holding camp here. Forsaken? I think I've heard a little about them when I was in Coronel. Wait, it's Tremor. It's different from the ones before. 1 o'clock direction. 1 o'clock direction? In the sand, it's coming. Prepare for engagement. Rosie will be back in a minute. She just got off the bus. Target sighted. Wow, it looks a lot bigger in real life. That's what they usually say to me. What's it called again? Your head. Oh. Damn. The Visago, a kind of bionic sandworm. It moves through the sand and ambushes its prey. Remain vigilant. We don't have much experience in this kind of environment. Where'd he go? Ow. Oh, bitch! And she got a hurting. She got a hurting. Oh, this is a fucking this is. Taking a beating, boys. You're principled for your own good, yeah? Not anymore. Was back then. I was naive. Looks like he went underground again. That was close. This is the first time I've seen it corrupted like that. Liv, can you look up information on the Visago? We'll need more effective strategies next time we encounter it, definitely. Of course, Visago, a bionic mechanoid of high-level experiment project, violent in nature. Sensors are installed all over its body, very sensitive to movement, heat, smell, and shortwave communication signals. One should have stand still when he goes underground then. But its visual sensors are just average. If you want to avoid Visago, it's recommended to set a lure. There's nothing we can use as a lure right now. Less. Lee, Kamoy is our comrade, and we don't leave comrades behind. Is he going to say leave me? I was just joking. Yeah, we'll just leave him. He can be the lure. The way ones weren't bad, but I drank so much my poop was purple, I thought I was bleeding out. Shit. Fuck me, bro. Yeah, one was blue, the other one was red. I drank about an entire 12-pack of blue in about 8 days. Dude, I bet your kidneys and liver was like, fucking hell! Stop! Please! No more! Can't take any more. My everything was on high alert. He was fucking spidey sense. He's having heart palpitations, are you?
もっと強くなれる。
もっともっと頑張ります。
Oh shit, actually, what's her QTE? Slashes multiple times to deal 297.65 lightning damage. I feel like she'd be a good crossover character for Wuthering Waves. Gog back. Gog back. When the game view was no longer popular, somebody created Prime and it all started all over again. That's KSI's and Logan Paul's one, yeah. I shaved off an hour of driving time and didn't fall asleep at the wheel, so I win. The biting wind showers the grey ravens, bringing with it whirling sand and wearing down the soft synth skin of the constructs. Let's wait here until the sandstorm ends. Commandant, our bodies can filter out sand grains, so don't worry. What did it say, cough? Liv, don't push yourself. At least we have some good news. It's not sand, but steel plates now beneath our feet. My jacket's ruined. Ah, you seem shocked. Is that your mortal weakness? Your jacket? You should consider running a soma cleaning scan on your brain. Of course I did some soma cleaning scans to do the entire body. Regrettable. Then it's not because of sand in your brain, but a natural issue. Wait, everyone, an unknown signal suddenly appeared. It took some finesse, but this is your final destination, tools of Babylonia. Not a corrupted. The sandstorm is disrupting our visual signals. I suggest switching to thermographic sensors for now. Such advanced constructs, yet still affected by the winds and the sand? How laughable. The signal ahead has disappeared. I cannot detect it as well. This method feels oddly familiar. Kamoi, Gliv, protect the commandant. Lucia, let us scout ahead in the sandstorm. I'm counting on you to cover me. Lucia, reminds you live from Starbreak. Yeah, a little bit. What have they done to life, man? She was like super like stoic, and now she's just like I swear the titties have got way bigger. She just got back. I'm gonna go say hi. Sorry about that, guys. I do apologise. I've been in and out today, having like a fucking yo-yo. Like a fucking yo-yo. Did you feel that, Lee? Yes, EM Camo. The enemy's using military-grade tech. They could attack from any direction. Watch your back. Identifying target code BPO29. Status deserter. I can see him. Oh shit, no, I don't. Oh, what the fuck? Power stance, bitch. Okay, oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? He's so fast! Lucia, it's you? Duh. Looks like you aren't with the cleaners. My god, he was so fast. I wasn't expecting that speed then. Right. That genuinely caught me off guard how fast that was. One thing I despise is littering. You know, the weird and mildly terrifying thing was I didn't have to pee all that often. Like, what the hell? Your freaking kidneys was struggling to process it, that's why. I was going through like slurry. Who are you and why do you know me? Hey, Watanabe. Long time no see. Watanabe? We trained together for a while in the beginning, and Watanabe was in our group. Did you forget that too? It doesn't matter. I'm glad to cut all ties with you Babylonians. You guys should be glad that it's just me here. If it were my comrades, they'd have cut you into pieces by now. Hey dude, I believe you. No need to be so surprised, Missy. If you knew that those people up in Babylonia did to us soldiers of the past. According to historical records, during the big evacuation, the world government at that time did abandon some ground forces. These troops cut their connections with Babylonia and only recently surfaced again as the Forsaken. And you, Mr. Watanabe, Watanabe, did you choose to join their forces, a construct from Babylonia, and was listed as a defected construct? You know a lot, little girl. You must be their most advanced support construct. Huh? Looks like being able to see you with my own eyes means I didn't let you guys go in vain. Stay away from Liv. Stay away from her, you bitch. Lucia, is this your new commandant? Watanabe tries to step forward, but Lee raises his gun and points the barrel at Watanabe's head. You once helped me out, Lucia, even though it was trivial. However, I still want to express my gratitude. That way, I won't be in debt to you, either of you. Here, it's a gift. Watanabe takes out a white box and hands it over. Well, then I'll take it. Presents? Free stuff? This is a specialty of the desert area, an unnamed wild mint. Watanabe starts chewing on a mint leaf. We're mint picking! Oh, boys. We have it as a snack or to make tea. Sure beats the heat walking in the desert. Sure smells strong. The commandant looks a bit more awake just by smelling it. Hee hee! See what I mean? Bit of reverse ganja. Yeah, I can't deal with littering myself even, man. Pisses me off. Like, when you see people come out to Mackies and stuff and they'll just chuck the whole fucking bag. Like, you know, it's not even just a little bit of litter, even though, like, it does my head in. The whole bag, the drink, everything just dashed onto the floor. It's like, why? Why do that, man? Just take it on, put it in the fucking bin. One thing we have a problem in the UK, man. Litter's really bad in this country. There's no need for it either. We've got the services and, you know, the stuff for people to put the stuff in the bin. We choose not to. So yeah, did you hear about the new PS5 Pro being launched at Neo? $700, bro. Yeah, bro, $700, man. Pricey.
私はいつでも命令を待っています。
Yeah, pricier. Netmarble launching his update. And his price in for a console, man. Not cheap. The annoying thing is, man, it's $700 or 700 quid. It's like, bro, the pound ain't weak against the dollar. Why are you the fucking like 630? This game keeps slogging me out. I think I've set it to save it down. Oh, I get a nervous tick when I suggest a $250 GPU. Yeah, definitely for the enthusiast, I think, isn't he?
Hello.
I was saying there's soul for the enthusiast, really.
I've been
I
waiting.
think if you're an enthusiast,
Would you like
get
a cup of warm black tea?
PC. A cup of tea? Go on, then. Cup of tea. Lovely. 1.5 sugars, please. Yeah, I think what the plan is today, tomorrow then. Tomorrow we do solo level and a rise. A warm boopy. No, a warm cup of tea. Tomorrow we'll do some of this, and then... What day is it tomorrow? It's Tuesday today, yeah. It's because I'm taking rolls to work and back, so I've lost track of time. So yeah, tomorrow we'll do some solo level and a rise, and that'll be like the main game. We'll concentrate on that and we'll get some housing, because like, I keep getting sucked into PGR, and then I don't end up playing this. So we'll do some of this tomorrow. And then Thursday, Tower of Fantasy, and then Friday, maybe some more Tower of Fan. No, actually, I think we'll do some Wuthering Waves on Friday. I want to get the event done. I need to get the podcast sorted, man. I'm gonna be at the point where I don't finish that, and I'm only spending the tenner to get me the extra levels. Something like level 38. So I've still got a ways to go. We've only got like 2.5 weeks left on it, haven't we? But hey, look at this though. Come on, boys and girls. Impressive. Right? Terror Tuesdays. Oh, I like that. I like that. Oh, mate. So I like this game. I want to play more of it. How do I get to my dailies on this one? Is this my dailies? Oh, this is for the pasture. Complete mining operations 3 times. Clear any gate 5 times. Right, let's do our mining operations. Where do I do that now? I don't know how to do the mining. I don't know how to do the mining runs. Zenless Thursdays, you have to be drunk to play. Oh, dude, I think I'd throw up trying to play Zenless drunk. Tell you what, no gates are available for mining. Do I need to, okay. Cold-blooded hobgoblin. Let's go. They are, aren't they?
It's just business as usual. I need to hunt efficiently. I'll crush you.
Need to do that. Man, this is slow using this weapon.
I need to hunt efficiently. Let's speed up. It's no use.
I've got your back.
I don't do. Let's try. Unleash the rage of a dragon.
Nice. Hey, bitch.
He's stronger than I imagined. I don't do mercy. I see it all. Too slow.
I've got your back.
I don't do mercy. Take this. You can't avoid it. Time for a counterattack. And open it. I don't do mercy. I see it all. Unleash the rage of a dragon. Time for a counterattack. It's no use. Take this. I'll break you.
I'm a little bit rusty, man. I don't know about this weapon though, man. It feels a little bit cumbersome.
Take this.
I'm not a fan of the lock-on system in this game though. They need to have a manual lock-on. I don't know if there is an option for that, but when I was looking online, it seemed like it was all it's got like a smart lock-on. It's not that smart. You know? It's just not that smart.
a mistake.
I see that. Dude, I really like her.
Time to put practice into practice.
I really like her. Oh, bitch.
I feel the power. Trust me.
I'll grind to dust!
It's my turn. Steady now. Time is on our side. It's my turn. I'll give it my all. Oh, an opening. Hang in there.
Watch your back.
No forgiveness.
No retreats. No surrender. See, like, where was that at? Oh, shit. A lot of enemies. A lot of enemies.
Steady now. You want to help. It's my turn.
Man, I thought I could snap your neck like a dry twig. What a way to go, man. Sounds like a good time. I need to get another healer. Like an SSR healer would be nice.
I need to hunt efficiently. I see it all. An opening. Time to warm up. Time for a count.
Never. Camera control. Smart lock on is a combat utility function that automatically locks the camera on the target's enemy when you tap the attack button. Manual. So, can I... I don't think... Toggle auto camera.
I see it all.
Yeah, I don't think there is a manual way to lock on.
Take this. I'll shred you.
I need to change that.
Time for a counterattack. It's no use. I don't do mercy. I see it all. Time for a counterattack. I'll crush you. This is the end.
Need to adjust the sensitivity a little bit. It's hard to like lock onto them because you got no lock on.
The enemy is pretty strong. I need to hunt efficiently. This is the end. I'll crush you. This is the end. I see it all. Too slow. I don't do mercy. You can't avoid it. You're an unworthy
F3 auto.
opponent.
Yeah, we'll have to have a fiddle with the camera. Maybe turn the sensitivity up, might help a little bit. To help us track a little bit better, I think. And to find myself like doing a combo chain towards nothing. You know what I mean? Climb 130%. I love the broke bitch reward. I love the broke bitch reward, okay? Because I'm a broke bitch. How's that story stuff? We won't do that today. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll continue on with the story tomorrow. Fusion, what's this? Item fusion allows you to obtain items of higher grades. Listen carefully because I don't tell this to just anyone. First select a rune from the list. Skill rune heroic. There's a success rate when fusing. In other words, you can fail. So be careful not to waste materials, of course. Unlike you, I never fail. It's kind of like a Diablo system. Don't forget to register the materials. Tap this button if you trust your luck. Easy right. Insufficient materials. Inventory, go to skill room. Shop, go to celebration, coin exchange. Go to bonus tab. Play a red gate. Oh, you got a red gate unlocked yet. Game just called me broke again. Is there anything to oh nice. Right, oh sweet, there we go. I wonder if I can actually climb in here then. I'm getting tricky with the exclamation marks. Let me fucking access them. Winner! Wait, oh. Wait, what? So what? So I'll match two. A 4 match, okay, so I'll match that one, that one, that one, and that one. What does that mean? 3 matched? Am I playing the lottery here? Alright. My raffle ticket, my rewards. Rewards by rank. Oh, I've got a secondary one, rank 2. Let's see what the rewards earned you. I've already claimed these rewards. How many raffle tickets have I got? Nice. Same again. Wait. Was that the same? Oh, okay. So, okay. I get it. I've already used it. Okay. I like the music in the game. It gets me. You know what I mean? It's all designed in a specific way. I know it is, but I'm okay with that. She's my new waifu. She's my new waifu. Hello, nice to meet you. Come on, it's true, right? Like, you know, look what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing. What's this? Is this like cutscenes? Oh, just play the record. Am I gonna play it then? I'm confused. I still gotta learn a lot of stuff in this. Haha, get fucked, bot. See, because I blocked the link now. When the bots post now, it's held for review, so it doesn't even go into the chat. Get scammed. So you don't even have to see the bot comments anymore, guys. 'Cause I'm a nice guy. 'Cause I'm a nice guy. Alright, I'm gonna call it there, chat. I'm gonna go get my tea. I will be back on in a little bit though. We're gonna play some Deadlock. I want to try and get on early so I don't stay up late because I've got a problem. I'm a little bit addicted to the game. It's a problem. It's a thing. We'll get through it. We'll get through it, okay? But I'm going to go eat. I'm going to be back on tomorrow. We're going to play some solo leveling Arise tomorrow. And then Thursday, we're going to play some Tower of Fantasy. And then Friday, I think we're going to play some WuWa. We're going to be back on my thing. We're going to try out the new event. We're going to go through some of those levels. We're going to do the last level of the Elusive Realm. We're going to level up Zhangli Yao. We're going to do some things. We're going to do the things, all right? We're going to do the things. I appreciate everybody hanging out today, guys. I do appreciate you. I will be back in a little bit. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, I won't be back tonight. I'll be on the second YouTube channel if you want to check it out. If you're on Twitch, I will be back on Twitch. And yeah, if not, I'll see you all tomorrow, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I love your faces. Stay safe, and I'll catch you all in a little bit, all right? Ta-ra!